Waterloo Council meeting Monday, August 12th, 2019 at 6:30 p.m. in the evening. Could I disclose your pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, let's take a moment of reflection. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all our decisions. And you'll see for the month of August, I'm wearing some new wisdom. May only last through the month of August, but we'll go with that this time around. We'll have a vote.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Yes. Approval of minutes from the June 24th council meeting. Moved by Councillor Freeman, second by Councillor...
No, because you weren't there.
You were there? Okay. Moved by Councillor Barnagor, second by Councillor Henry. All those in favor? Thank you. First up under delegations, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, voluntary local pilot review pilot, brought to you by Julie Wright, Karen McCormick, and Jeffrey Wilson. Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Jaworski and Council, for this opportunity to talk to you about the Sustainable Development Goals. My name is Julie Wright, and I'm the Executive Director of the Waterloo Global Science Initiative. And so what I want to talk to you about is just who I'm with and why we're here. And then I thought we would talk very briefly about the Sustainable Development Goals that we have in place to begin this conversation. Then I'll talk about the voluntary local review, which is really why I'm here. And point 4 is the pilot opportunity. So that's the project that my colleagues at the University of Waterloo and I are embarking upon. And then we would welcome any questions that you or staff who happen to be here may have. So just a little bit about Waterloo Global Science Initiative. We are a partnership of the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics and the University of Waterloo. We were founded in 2009, so we're 9 years going into our 10th year of operations. And we really sit at the intersection of academia and all other sectors. So we really work to bring people out of silos and into collaboration with each other, specifically to focus on collective action on complex global issues. So we do that by offering the time and space for people to begin the ideation and collaboration process. So usually when we're talking about the activities that we engage in, we talk about ourselves as being a catalyst for collective action. And we do that through a summit series. We do that through our publishing. We actually create a blueprint document out of each convening that we do. And then we support ideation, network building, and new collaborations, as well as support for public discourse. In May of 2018, we entered into a partnership with the Sustainable Development Solutions Network Canada. So this is part of a global Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is headquartered at Columbia University in New York. And this is a very, very large global academic network that is focused on sustainable development. In Canada, SDSN is based out of the University of Waterloo. And so it's a great partnership to bring the Sustainable Development Goals to Waterloo and to really use the brain trust that it's already in this community and to leverage that. So with me today are Cameron McCordick, Assistant Professor at the School of Environment, Enterprise and Development at the University of Waterloo. He's sitting right behind me.
Hi.
And Jack Wilson, also Assistant Professor at School of Environment, Enterprise and Development at the University of Waterloo. He's also behind me here. So what we're really here to talk about today is the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a politically negotiated framework of the UN. But I think one of the most important things about this framework is that it presents a generational opportunity to invest in a data ecosystem for the public good. We talk a lot about data in the context of private enterprises, but what we don't talk about very often is how we build data for the public good. And this framework does exactly that. So when we began our work as Waterloo Global Science Initiative to approach how these goals might be implemented in Canada, we hosted a summit called Generation SDG. And we invited organizations from across Canada to contribute to a blueprint process. And what they they brought together through that Generation SDG blueprint was an approach to how communities might lead to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals in Canada. And number one is the whole concept of ecosystem mapping and community planning. So how do you fit this framework to your existing resources within a community? What kind of partnerships might you engage in to further the Sustainable Development Goals? What kind of accountability structure do you require in order to progress towards the goals on this agenda? And then fourthly, how would you fund, finance, and innovate within this framework? The Generation SDG blueprint has become a formative document for the federal government of Canada's draft national strategy on the Sustainable Development Goals. And what we're committed to going forward is helping communities figure out how to localize this framework and to contextualize it within their existing community goals. So just to give you an idea, the framework itself is 17 goals. There are 169 targets, and there are 232 indicators at the global level. When the Brookings Institution first did a benchmarking study on Canada in the fall of 2017, they determined that there were 78 Canadian targets that mapped to the sustainable or to a developed country like Canada. And then they went about the process of trying to track down what official information sources there might be. And through that process, they identified that 17 have no identified data source. So there's work to do. There's a lot of work to do in the Canadian context. You can access this chart, but it just sort of gives you an idea of where we're on track for this agenda within Canada, where acceleration is needed, where breakthrough is needed, and where we're moving backwards. And so there's some pretty interesting, contextually very community-oriented goals where we're moving backwards. For instance, food security. It's certainly gender equality remains an ongoing issue, and on SDG 11, you see sustainable cities and communities. We are, in many cases, across Canada, going backwards. The federal government, as I said earlier, has launched their draft national strategy, and in a complementary move, StatCan, which is our National Statistics Office that reports on the Sustainable Development Goals, they've developed a Canadian indicator framework, which they published alongside the draft national strategy. This framework has 30 ambitions, 16 targets, and 82 indicators. This is at the national level. We haven't even got to the point where we're thinking about how we localize this framework at the community level. So how do we begin this process? They're already at the global stage. There's a process where you go to the UN twice if you're a signee onto the Sustainable Development Goals, and you present a voluntary national review. The opportunity here for us is to consider what a voluntary local review would look like. And in Canada, this is definitely a co-creation process that we need to embark on with communities. So it's parallel to the VNR, but there's way more latitude to make things fit within the local context of each community. There's also a really great opportunity for the voluntary local review to be a galvanizing activity that will help us work across our community ecosystems with our stakeholders to be much more concerted about our efforts to close these gaps. The other thing it does, I think that is incredibly important, is that it helps us tip into this phase of investing in our local data ecosystems. So what we are proposing, both through the University of Waterloo, through the SDSN Canada, through a number of other partners who exist nationally in Canada, the International Institute for Sustainable Development, which produces the tracking progress tool that Vital Signs is increasingly aligned with, through an organization called Impact Bridges that works on measurement performance and helps the nonprofit sector be more effective, is to bring 4 Ontario communities into a pilot project where we create a VLR together. And the VLR, Voluntary Local Review, is the process of localizing the SDG framework at the local level. There are other cities that have engaged in this work to date. So the New York City was the first to produce a voluntary local review. This past July at the high-level political forum at the UN, LA County presented its voluntary local review. They reached out to us on Twitter, the mayor's office did, to provide their support if this community decides to pursue this project. There's a tremendous amount of wraparound support for this pilot project. The benefits are myriad, so you have investment in a data ecosystem for the public good. What we want to do is leverage existing community plans and existing community resources. We want to invest in the local stakeholder community to help them use data more effectively and to incorporate it into evidence-based actions. It's an incredible opportunity for knowledge sharing and to share the built-in tools that already exist along with the SDG framework. And then there's all the support from organizations like the University of Waterloo, like the United Way, like the Community Foundations of Canada. We're preparing a proposal to the Ontario Trillium Foundation this week because they're very interested in the voluntary local review. And so the support system is already there for communities who want to take this next step and find out more about what a voluntary local review can do. And then I think finally, the next steps in this process are really quite simple. We just are inviting you to come and talk to us further about what this could look like for the city of Waterloo. We'll be talking to the city of Kitchener, specifically to Mayor Grabanovich on Friday. And so we want to continue this conversation and see how far we can get down the road together. There's already a large amount of work being done by the City of London, through the London Poverty Research Council, to localize poverty indicators. So we want to share that work and build on that work. So I thank you very much for your time, and if you have any questions, my colleagues and I would be happy to answer.
Wonderful, Julie. Always good to hear about the SDGs, and thank you to Jeffrey and to Cameron for attending as well for support. Questions from council before I have a couple? Councilor? Just on timing of this, so there's the webinar. What is the actual timing of doing these voluntary local reviews? You want to have them done by a certain time, say spring of next year, or is it to be determined?
So I think it's going to be a rolling process. Not every community has the same starting point. So even if we engage in a pilot project, it's likely that the City of London would be the most prepared, for instance, to produce a voluntary local review by the time of the high-level political forum in July of 2020. So the global opportunity to present on VLRs is always in the summer through the UN mechanisms. But there's also the Future Cities Summit, which the inaugural one was in Toronto last November. So in November of this year, we're proposing a meeting for any cities who want to come up to speed on what a voluntary local review is. So there's really no deadline. It's definitely about getting the work together and figuring out the starting place and taking cities on a journey together.
Excellent, thank you. Question, or Councilor Bonner or Councilor Bassett?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. First, I want to thank you for bringing this in. The SDGs are such a powerful framework, and municipalities are a place where we really can make and take action. And if we're going to be a smart community, we need data. So I love this, but I'm curious, how, this is a local review, how would it or might it factor into the national review? Are those going to be linked at all, or are they completely separate?
We just had a conversation about this today. The Canadian Council for International Cooperation works with its global counterparts to help strengthen the voluntary national review process. And there are lessons to be learned from the global and national progress on this. I do think that there's an opportunity, especially as you gather data together and it's standardize through a robust methodology, to start looking at the comparative, the things that can be compared across an index, and that's specifically the work that Cam McCordick is doing on the SDG Cities Index. So there's lots to learn from the process, and certainly there will be a roll-up effect, especially with StatCan involved. StatCan is the aggregator. Basically, what we're doing at the city level is figuring out how to contribute to that process.
Councillor Vasek.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, summertime. That was such a great presentation, and I really love that photo of Uptown, and then you see Dana Porter in the back. That's such a great photo. What's really exciting to me about this partnership, about this is the community-university partnership, and I sometimes feel like we're not tapping into these potential community-university partnerships as much as we could, or they're just token, or so I'm also wondering if you are at all documenting the process of what the community-university partnership looks like, who's putting in what does the role of the academic staff play, what does the role of the institute play, then the community partnership. So just wondering if you're also doing some research alongside that, and if you are there other opportunities for some research funding? Like, are you looking for exploring the methodology and the practice as well as the UN development goals, is my question, I guess.
Yeah, there's definitely a research component or an impact measurement component for the entire pilot project that Impact Bridges Group has currently applied for funding from the SDG unit, Federal Government of Canada. So there's that piece that will look at the pilot in and of itself, and as well as the community stakeholders and the roles that they're playing within this process. And I think the VLR process in and of itself, if we get into a co-creation process, there's a lot of opportunity to set the agenda of exactly what we want to research and what we want to present through it. I don't know that there's anything specific at the University of Waterloo that is looking at that at this point in terms of a specific research project on the roles and the methodology of the partnership, but it's certainly something that we would write a case study on afterwards for any events that focus on collective action or collective impact.
Thank you. And I certainly see that we just completed our strategic plan, approved it in June, and a lot of similarities, and we even had discussion about the SDGs at that point. But we've tasked our staff to now create their business plans, create us a 3-year budget, interpret the strategic plan. But no better time than September, eh, Tim? What say you?
Thanks, Mayor Jaworski. I think absolutely, as the delegation noted there is some synergies with respect to Council's new strategic plan and our aspiration to move toward the SDGs as a bit of a performance measurement framework for the organization. But there's lots of work to do. I think we too had a chance to meet with Cameron, and earlier this year we were talking about delivering on the strategic plan first up and then moving toward the development of the measurement goals. And that's the stage we're at right now with the business plan development. So the timing is good. I think we will actively participate in the webinar and just see where the city might be able to fit into the process moving forward. So I appreciate the information here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Councilor Butler.
Thank you through you, Mayor Jaworski. Also very eager to learn more about what we can do to embed the SDGs into the city business for sure. And on that note, just as the council liaison to the Sustainability Advisory Committee, seeing that you were delegated to speak tonight, I had reached out to the chair, Matt Thiessen, to ask him to connect with you, and I hope that you guys will connect as well too, and maybe from the sustainability element side of things. I know we have a subcommittee working group that's looking at metrics, developing those as well too, and working with Tim on those as well. So wherever we can get some synergies on work that will support what we're doing in the city, I would definitely encourage you to do that.
And thank you for that. We have been in touch with Matt, and he is a dear colleague of ours. And so, yeah, you can be assured that we will work to be in good alignment.
Nice tight community. Awesome. Excellent. Okay, well, thank you for presenting, and we'll be on the way for signing up for the webinar. Next up, we have the consent motion consisting of procurement summary, AMPS, hearing appointments. That's it. So consent, Councilor Reed, Councilor Freeman, all those in favor? Opposed, thank you. Staff reports. A&E, very similar. The 2019 second quarter health and safety report prepared by Lisa Dunlop. Is there any questions? Council on that? Seeing none, moved by Councilor Reed, seconded by Councilor Bartley. All those in favor? Next up, health and safety policy statement. Prepared by Lisa Dunlop. Is there anything you want to talk to, or just for questions?
Just for questions.
Just for questions. Anyone have any questions on the health and safety policy statement that Tim Ryle will be signing? Seeing none? So, seeing no questions. Okay, we'll move it. Councilor Hammer does. Councilor, we haven't heard from a while. Councilor Bassett, thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. 2019 Q2 surplus projection, prepared by Paul. Oh, Paul's back from vacation. There he is. No presentation, is there, Paul? No. Okay. Any questions for Paul on the surplus he's generating? Seeing none, anybody ready to accept the surplus report? Councilor Henry? Councilor Henry? Councilor Freeman? All those in favor? Thank you. Item D, FCM Green Municipal Fund Grant Application Erosion Control and Advanced Sedimentation Pilot Project, prepared by Jessica Kellerman and Brad Witzel. Saw Brad, didn't see Jessica, but there. So Brad's here if there's any questions on the grant application. Oh, it's a pilot project. Skipping down to something else. It's like grants and pilot project.
I'll move it. I just want to make a comment.
Moved by Councilor Freeman, seconded by Councilor Heath. Back to Councilor Freeman.
Thank you. I think this pilot project has a lot of opportunity for the city to showcase a really exciting future around sediment and erosion control and all that kind of thing. So I'm hopeful that we can collect data so we can better tell this story when we're done.
So, any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thomas, thank you. Thank you, Brandon. Traffic and parking bylaw amendments at various locations. Thank you, Christine. Does anybody have any questions for Christine on these general amendments? Oh, Councilor Bach, are you moving or do you have questions?
I can move it, but I also have a question. Yes, a couple questions.
Okay, go ahead with questions.
Through Mayor Jaworski, and Chris and I have talked about this previously, but I'm just going to put it out on the record. I know there was a little bit of miscommunication between the two of us on the element of designating the school zone on Lady Slipper from Button Bush to Dewdrops. We had talked about potentially having that extended to Mountain Hawley at the request of a number of residents, and I would hope that in future bylaw designation that we could extend it out to Mountain Hawley.
Just while we're here dealing with Christine, thoughts on that?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councilor. We will amend the 40-kilometer school zone for Vista Hills Public School to go from Dewdrops all the way to Mountain Hawley. It will be done in a subsequent report, probably coming to council in September or October. This way we will get the signs installed for the 40K for September 3rd.
Excellent. Sounds like good news.
Very much so. But just for clarification, Button Bush to Mountain Hawley, not Dewdrops to Mountain Hawley.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Beat? Okay, go ahead. Question.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I have a question. I just want to say thank you to Christine and staff for this because the section of Albert Street where there's cars, there's a big development there. Cars always parked down Albert Street. It's really quite annoying. And so this is great that there'll be no parking signs there because it continues like the rest of Albert Street. There's no parking along there, so it just makes sense that there is no parking continued up the street. So anyway, thank you for doing this.
Councilor Henry. Councilor Henry.
Thank you. Christina, through you, Mayor, I'd like to also thank Christine and staff for working with the KW Bilingual School in coming up with some solutions to their traffic challenges. And I think it was a good example of a collaboration between an organization and the city in coming up with things that can work. So thank you for that.
Councillor Henry.
Let me pick up on Councillor Beath's note, as it is a boundary road that we share and a problem that we share, and note, certainly appreciate staff's review on this. I would observe, and this isn't for direction this time, I would observe that Albert Street certainly is an overbuilt street in terms of what's needed for vehicular traffic, as evidenced by some of what has gone on, and that there, aside from some people hitting some parked cars from time to time, it is not a functional problem on getting people through there. This would be an excellent candidate to think about over the 3-year term of looking at right-sizing that road and extending some at least some pavement separation on cycling lanes at some point to connect with over time how the region's pilot is going to expand. There'd be costs in doing a heck of a lot more than that, but I think at the very least it's something worth evaluating in the near term. Now that no parking's permitted, it could actually create more of a speedway, and I think we should think about how to deal with that in the near term.
Councillor Bonner.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I also want to thank you and the team. I know the residents at 144 Park are going to be extremely grateful for the additional 15-minute loading spot. And I appreciate the work that went into this, and the fact that the city partnered with the building owners there to make that happen. I'd also encourage staff to consider those kind of loading zones close to the entry points of intensified areas, just because as people age in these buildings, having that easy access for a pickup and a drop-off makes it easier for people to kind of let their own car go and use different forms of transit. But it's going to be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Bartley, are you changing the road again? Like,
Sorry.
you dropped?
No, sorry. I have another one. I apologize. Thank you. Through your Mayor Jaworski. On Hollyview Place, the other area in my ward where there are changes occurring, I appreciate everybody going out and delivering the letters and getting with the community very clearly. There was an appetite for the community to see changes to from no parking to no stopping. In conjunction with safety for children being dropped off at St. Nicholas. So I appreciate that. I just want to, on the record, make a comment that I know that a number of residents on Hollyview had requested putting in signage on the cul-de-sac as well too. I know parking is not allowed in a cul-de-sac, but if we could monitor that in conjunction with Shane's team to make sure that the no stopping signs are effective and ensuring that people are not parking in the cul-de-sac, that would be great. And if more signage is needed, I would appreciate a review of that in the future. Thanks.
Councillor Bassett.
Thanks. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. So I saw this in the report, and now that everyone's talking about it, it's striking me, is that a lot of the challenges are in school zones, right? And this is sort of like, sometimes can be citywide. So my question is really just a new councillor process question, is this seems to be a theme. So if this is a theme that staff might also consider a theme, and that I'm seeing that school zones can be challenging, how do we talk about that as a councillor? How do we move? Like, what would we even request to look at this as a whole city?
Well, I think some of these issues, I know the one on Hollyview by St. Nicholas, that's been an evolving one over many, many years, and I think some people even did a walkabout, I know Councillor Botley did, of always emerging issues. You change one thing and something else changes. I'm not so sure about the Vista Hills Public School 40-kilometer hour zone. That's something certainly that we would encapsulate in every new zone. So a lot of these are one's a new school, one's an existing school with the emerging problems where on Hollyview people are parking in people's driveways. Like in their driveways, right? It's not,
yeah.
So it's all these are evolving conditions. So maybe it's best if we maybe take that aside and see if we're doing enough in school zones to make sure there's safety, or refer to the transportation master plan, maybe Christine.
Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I think that part of the 40-kilometer review that the Transportation Master Plan is doing for citywide, that will help guide us in where we go in the future. The school zones, Vista Hills, for example, we should have had the 40 kilometers. We waited for the streets to kind of be built up around it before we implemented the 40 kilometers, but that's our last school that needs the 40 kilometers. If we have a new school in the future, we would do the same thing, install a 40 kilometer along its school frontage as well.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions, I don't think we've moved it, have we? We did? Okay. What's that? Moved by Councillor Bartley, seconded by no one? Seconded by Councillor Bonner. All those in favor? Thank you. And thank you, Christine, for what is apparently the most wonderful staff report ever. Item 11. Sure I'm on the right one here. This is a formal public meeting to consider zoning bylaw amendment Z1905 to remove the holding symbol from 12 Lodge Street, Waterloo University. Any persons who want further notice of this application for the passage of any bylaw should sign the appropriate register in the binder located at the desk at the rear of council chambers. If there's more than one binder like there is tonight, please make sure you're signing the appropriate one. The planner, Dominic Simpson, is available to answer any questions council might have. Aren't you supposed to normally read something too? About notice? Do you want that? Do I read something?
Notice was advertised in the Waterloo Chronicle on Thursday, July 25th, 2019, and mailed or emailed on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2019, to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property and to public agencies. No informal public meeting was held.
Thank you. So Dominic is available for council's questions. What questions has council? Council Bonner.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Pretty simple question. Is someone living in the space now that's being proposed to be changed to office space?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, no.
This might be the shortest formal public meeting with questions ever. Any questions? No. Is there anyone else, is there anyone present here tonight who wishes to speak to this application? No. Are there any more questions from council? No. If there are no more delegations, this formal public meeting is concluded and the application is now open to council for a motion and debate. Councilor Barnabart. So moved by Councilor Barnabart with a bunch of provisions.
Okay. So I move that council agrees with planning staff, having considered all the written and oral submissions with the public, from the public and stakeholders, and considered the professional opinions of planning staff, that council approves zoning bylaw amendment Z1905 at 12 Lodge Street in accordance with section 6 recommendations of IPPW 2019-049 for the reasons specified in section 5, the conclusions of the report.
Seconded by Councillor Hammer. Any further debate? All those in favor? That's all of us. Thank you. Thank you, Dominic. Next up. This is a formal public meeting to consider official plan amendment number 18 and zoning bylaw amendment Z1721, Bell Communities Partnership Limited, 635 Herb Street West and 12 West Hill Drive. Any persons who want to notice this application for the passage of any bylaw should sign the appropriate register in the binder located on the desk at the rear of the council chambers, where tonight there's more than one. Will the clerk please advise council of the method used to give notice of the meeting and the dates notice was given?
Notice was advertised in the Waterloo Chronicle on Thursday, July 25th, 2019, and mailed or emailed on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2019, to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, to public agencies, to all persons who signed in or spoke at the informal public meeting held on Monday, January 29, 2018, and to all persons who requested further notice.
Thank you. The planner, John Voss, will now give us a brief overview of the application. Welcome, John.
Good evening, Mayor Jaworski, members of council, and the public. This is a formal public meeting as noted, and that the informal meeting was held back in January 2018. Also note, in addition to that, there was a neighborhood meeting held in February of 2018. Obviously, a lot of time has passed since then, so I'm going to take a bit of time to refresh and remind what the details are of the application, as well as some of our recommendations for council to consider. The subject property is located at the south side of Herb Street West, near the roundabout intersection of Iron Needles Boulevard. Combined, the properties have an area of 1.8 hectares, or approximately 4.5 acres. There are single detached dwellings east of the property and 2 apartment buildings west of the property, which are 4 stories and 11 stories. The official plan designates 635 Herb Street West as mixed-use, medium-high-density residential, which permits a maximum height of 40 meters and a density of 150 to 600 bedrooms per hectare. You can see that the property is shaded blue, which represents that designation. 12 West Hill Drive is designated low-density residential with a height limit of 10 meters and a maximum density of 150 bedrooms per hectare. The applicant, or the official plan amendment, will change the designation of 12 West Hill Drive to match the designation of 635 Herb Street West for consistency across the site. This will include the permitted height of 40 meters and a maximum of 600 bedrooms per hectare. The current zoning on the property in zoning bylaw 1418, 635 Herb Street West is zone multiple residence 12, MR12, which permits apartment buildings. The MR12 zone permits a height of 12 stories and 36 meters today. 12 West Hill Drive is zone SR1, which permits single detached dwellings and a height of 10.5 meters. The zoning application that's requested is to reflect the zoning from 635 onto 12 West Hill Drive, to also zone it as multiple residence 12. But the application also is requesting to increase the height to 13 stories, or 40 meters, and to permit stacked townhouses. Those are site-specific amendments to the zoning, which reflect the unique topography of the site and some proposed uses. The city's new comprehensive zoning bylaw, 2018-050, was approved by council in September 2018, but has since been appealed to the local planning appeals tribunal. The new zoning bylaw zones the properties as zone change application, or ZC, which freezes all development until the current zoning application is being completed and a new zone is being assigned. When reviewing the application under zoning bylaw 2018-050 and through discussion with the applicant, we conclude that the residential mixed-use 40, RMU 40, zone is appropriate for this application as it is most similar to the current multiple residence 12 zone. The application has been updated to request the RMU 40 zone for the property under this new zoning bylaw, as well as to request the townhouses and increased building height. This is a rendering of the first concept that was initially proposed. There are 2 apartment buildings abutting Herb Street, and 3 stacked townhouse buildings are shown along the south property line behind the apartments. The stacked townhouses were proposed to provide a transition of building height between the apartments and the future low-density development on the adjacent property. Initial comments from council and the public were considered by the applicant, resulting in significant changes to the development. This is the revised concept. There are 2 apartment buildings still. Forgot to turn my page. This is the revised concept, which relocates one of the apartment buildings and adds more stacked townhouse buildings along the West Haven Street frontage. This provides better transition for the height of the apartments to the nearby single detached homes and helps reduce the amount of shadows onto the adjacent properties. The applicant can speak more about these changes. In order to ensure these changes were implemented, staff have proposed several site-specific regulations which will control building height along West Haven Street and the south property line, as well as the massing of the apartment buildings. After a thorough review of the application and supporting materials, staff recommend approval of the application as listed in Section 7 of the staff report, which includes adopt the official plan amendment number 18, approve zone change Z1721, to rezone the property 12 West Hill to multiple residence 12 with site-specific regulations. and rezone the entirety of the property to residential mixed-use 40 under the new zoning bylaw, again with site-specific regulations. Another note to add in is that the region has requested we apply a holding provision. This is regarding a noise study that would be required once the design of the building has been determined to make sure that any noise from HVAC units or other noisy equipment will not be impacting the adjacent properties. As noted, there are several site-specific regulations that will apply to the zoning. Some of these are requested as part of the application, but others have been added to implement the city's new zoning framework for tall buildings, the updated parking rates, and to create building height buffer along the south and east lot lines. Read through those. Allow townhouses and stacked townhouses to be permitted uses. Increase the maximum building height to 40 meters. Restrict the building height along West Haven Street and the south lot line to 16 meters. Allow a maximum of 2 apartment buildings on the property. Require the apartment building to have a podium with a height of 3 to 4 stories, and the tower portion must be stepped back 1.5 meters from Herb Street West. Limit the size of any tower along Herb Street to maximum length of 40 meters. Allow towers perpendicular to Herb Street to be 42 meters or longer if the separation between adjacent towers increases proportionally to the increased facade length. Increase the tower floor area to 1,300 square meters. Reduce the setback adjacent to the Tim Hortons and the southerly lot line to 5.0 meters. Set the parking rate at 1 space per unit, 0.2 visitor spaces per unit, and require 0.6 bicycle parking spaces. This concludes my presentation. I'll be available for any questions council might have.
Thank you very much, John. Let's see what council has to say. Councilor Freeman first, Councilor Donovan next. Please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. When I look at the site plan for the property, it appears to me that that the revised plan more closely aligns with the original zoning. Is that true? Like, it appears as though the townhouses now are on that former low density piece, and there's just a very small portion of the front tower that's on it. Is that correct?
Back to the picture. Don't have a picture of the initial site plan.
That's not the new.
So this is the initial, this is the new.
Right.
And so highlight the area through,
Yes.
this area back here is the area that's going to be
Rezoned.
up designated,
Yeah.
changed the designation and rezoned. There are townhouses already proposed in that area on the
Yeah.
initial, and they're going to be proposed on the new one. The real changes between these is what's happening on this side. So there isn't much of a change between conformity to the zoning and the OP on the initial versus the new plan for that 12 West Hill portion of the property. That's really staying the same between
Yeah.
the two concepts.
But the change on that side is actually creating a lower density there than what the current zoning would permit. Is that correct? By the placement of the townhouses there, that, like, they could actually have had a tower there under the current zoning, right?
No.
No?
So I'm not really following exactly where.
So that, the portion of the site where the new townhouses, there's the site plan.
There's this.
Right, so we're building H's, for
Yeah.
example, like this whole block was zoned MR12. So theoretically, it could have been a height of 13 stories across that whole side, right? But they've
That's-
stepped it down to a much lower height in this new plan.
Through Mayor Jaworski, that's correct.
Okay, and then off where it says site entry at West Hill, like the current zoning is intended to have a lower density, and effectively much of that property is actually low density. There's just that wee little bit of building A that would be higher than. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that the site actually conforms with the original zoning. Because I think I received a letter that said that folks thought all this was zoned low density residential, but it wasn't, right? Okay.
That's correct. So I'll reframe my understanding of
Yeah.
your comment there. That's correct. So this is the property line of where 12 West Hill is.
Right.
The statement is that the density and the type of use, primarily being stacked townhouse down here, but also a little bit of the apartment. When we look at how much building is actually within this property, is very similar to what the current zoning would permit, except the apartment is extending it. And the rest of the property, being 635 Herb Street West, already permits 12-story apartment buildings right up to a 5-meter setback. So it's consistent. Yeah, that's correct.
So if I understand what you just said, like, I mean, someone could have built a building right up to 5 meters off of West Haven that was 12 stories high
That's correct. Today, they could apply for a site plan application and building permit.
without a public process.
That's
They
correct.
could have done that, okay. So really, in the view, like, as presented now, this actually provides a step down and a lower density than what this site would permit.
Adjacent to the West Haven
Yeah.
street frontage, for sure, yes.
And then, sorry, my other question is with regard to traffic, and I'm not sure whether or not I should address that to the applicant, because in the traffic studies, I don't see any traffic allocation on West Hill Drive. And that was raised consistently as a concern on this application from the get-go in terms of the allocation of traffic on West Hill and turning movements into the existing development that is west of this property and the potential cross-through traffic through the Tim Hortons. And I mean, I could be reading the traffic studies wrong, but I can't seem to find, even when I look at the existing turning movements, they've only listed Herb Street, Herbsville Court, West Haven, but not West Hill. And so I'm trying to make sure that we covered all of our bases between the original questions and now.
Through Marjorski. I've reviewed the traffic study again, and I'm not a traffic expert, so I'll make that very clear. Unfortunately, we don't have a traffic engineer here, either from staff or from the applicant. The traffic study does look at West Hill. There are plans, or there is an exhibit that does show traffic being directed down to West Hill, and then also traffic going up West Haven to Herb Street West. It's West Crockett.
I did see the traffic accounted for from Herbsville Road onto West Hill. What I didn't see accounted for was turning movements from West Hill through the Tim Hortons, including turning movements potentially from this property through the Tim Hortons property, and essentially across, I guess, because it's not a public road in front of that apartment building. And yet I've got to assume that there's going to be turning movements there because people are going to do that cut through. And so it's been consistently raised, and I don't see it here. And so it's just, the question then becomes, is that something that a holding provision, since the region already put one for noise, whether a holding provision can also be put with regard to traffic analysis on that piece, because it is the designated fire route for those existing structures. And we have more data now, I think, with regard to the Tim Hortons. It's my understanding that cars are staging onto Herbsville Road for that Tim Hortons already, which means if they're staging along that entire fire route, along the north side of the apartment buildings, and then potentially staging along the east fire route for those apartment buildings too. And I had really honestly expected to see that in this traffic study, because I certainly recall, I know I raised it, and I know that the citizens raised it too.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, this is a topic that has been well discussed from the neighborhood to me, and so it's something that we have been looking at. The Tim Hortons and the apartment building that exists currently, that development is being designed comprehensively as a functioning site. This application was submitted prior to that Tim Hortons application coming forward. And so the traffic study, when it was first prepared and when it was updated, predated some of the Tim Hortons work. And it would have looked at the intersections in the road networks. It wouldn't look at what's happening on an adjacent private property per se, more so looking at the traffic that would be flowing on public roads. So that's why the traffic study didn't look at the Tim Hortons. The Tim Hortons is now open, and it may have issues, and the city will be watching and monitoring to see issues both at the intersections where the Tim Hortons property enters and exits, but also internal, and through discussions with the property owner of the Sifton development, is what it would be referred to as. With that developer, we can have those discussions about ways to mitigate, ways to update it, signage, options on how we can fix the issues on that property, aside from what's happening on this property being a different discussion.
So is it possible then to put a holding provision related to updating of traffic control? Because something like a right turn, for example, out of this property could potentially be prevented, as opposed to having full turning movements on Westfield Drive. I don't know. And maybe a right turn through the Tim Hortons and out onto Herb Street is also something that could be undertaken. I realize that it's traffic control on private property, but I think in all fairness, that has been raised as a primary concern on this property from the get-go.
Through Mayor Jaworski, yes, a holding provision to require an updated traffic study can be added in. That's something we can do. But note though, it only applies more so to this property and to intersections nearby, which the developer could work to retrofit. It may not be able to do anything in terms of lifting the holding on the adjacent lands. It won't have much impact internally to that land, but we can look at the intersections around.
So I guess it becomes a little bit tricky since I believe it's the same landowner, right? Isn't it Sifton Development's undertaking this property as well? Okay. So the other thing is I noticed in the comments from the WACAP committee, the Active Transportation Committee, I think that they had requested some changes with regard to Earthsville Road for a pet refuge crossing at West Haven. So how could we address that? If this was approved, how could it be addressed in your report?
Mayor, we had some initial discussions with the region because they're in the process right now of rebuilding Herb Street. They're already far down the line. They said it's too late to add in this element. But through some other projects that the city's doing with active transportation, that could be an element that can be added in. There are a number of crosswalks already built in as part of the roundabout, and having an additional crosswalk may or may not be relevant, but we can pursue that discussion with the region as the owner of the road, and also looking at trail networks that go through the area to see what works best.
So still on traffic. So I've been, as I was driving down Herb Street the other day, I've been starting to observe people leaving the Tim Hortons and doing a U-turn around the block, like around the concrete median, because they actually wanted to go in the other direction because of the forced right turn, and they don't get a roundabout at West Haven or anything. I do think that there are bigger traffic issues associated with the operation of that Tim Hortons, which I think some of us at this council table anticipated. And so I think it's fair to really think about that holding provision.
Next up, I have Councillor Bonnegood and Councillor Hammer.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I have a few questions to ask you. First of all, with the tower setbacks that are being proposed, why is it a 1.5 metre tower setback on a road rather than what would usually be 3 metres?
Through Mayor Jaworski, that's a good question. Usually we require 3. This is a new regulation that we've made citywide in the new zoning bylaw. This application came in before that, and so it wasn't part of the initial design. When we looked at how do we start applying these new regulations to an existing proposal, there was a number of options we could do, and we looked at 1.5 is easy to implement because the building already is set back 1.5 meters beyond the minimum required setback. We did 6.5 meters when we only require 5, so it's easy to do that 1.5. And it wasn't going to restrict. Now, there is a clause in my report suggesting that if there's a significant redesign of how these buildings are aligned, that we can then ask for 3 meters. And that is a direction that I've asked from council. If you'd like to request for 3 full meters, it is something that staff will pursue during the site plan review of a future redesign of this property.
Because that's something that I'd be interested in seeing, like how would the design look if it was a 3 metre setback rather than 1.5. I also have some questions about the allocation of bicycle parking with 0.6 bicycle parking per unit. I mean, I can understand one car parking spot per unit because, you know, a car can carry multiple people. But if you have 2 to 3 people living in any given unit, they don't have just one bike that they share. So do we have capacity to request more bike parking? Is there a minimum? Is there, do we, like, where are we at?
Sure. Through Mayor Jaworski, then, the 0.6 is the rate that applies citywide within the RMU 40 zone. Through site-specific regulations, we could increase that, we could decrease that. The applicant is comfortable to provide at least that, but if there's options to provide more, they can definitely do so if that works in the design. And if council would like to direct that there's more bicycle parking provided, then there are probably ways to do that as well.
I think given its proximity to the hydrocut and some really popular trails out there, it might be something for the developer to keep in mind. And my other issues, really to follow on from Councillor Freeman's comments, were to do with traffic in the area. I would also be interested in the idea of a holding provision in terms of traffic in that area. But how, again, this is a new councillor process question, I think from what I consider from that broader area, I mean, it's where Erb meets Earlsville, that roundabout. Like, these are regional roads, so can we, like, will that have any effect? If we have a holding provision about traffic, can that then force some kind of alterations on regional roads, or is it all moot given that these are regional roads?
Through Mayor Jaworski, it's not mute. There are changes that can happen, whether it becomes a signalized intersection at West Haven and Erb or how that would work. Again, we would have to have some discussion with the region as they've already in charge. But I know there already is an issue at the roundabout in terms of current traffic volumes of traffic moving throughout the region that goes through that intersection, and the portion of traffic being generated from this site impacting those intersections. The traffic report didn't see that as significant. It's a drop in the bigger bucket of the issue in the transportation. So through a holding, we can look at it, we can investigate it, and our transportation department would evaluate whether there are changes required to other intersections. As a side note, along this discussion, the lands to the south will likely be developed in the next couple of years, and a transportation study will be required to evaluate as West Haven Street is connected. That'll really change the transportation network through this portion of the subdivision. And so they will also be doing a traffic study in the next 1 or 2 years, maybe longer, to evaluate how traffic flows through this area and how it'll change. So it's an ongoing discussion and an ongoing review to see how each development in the current realities will be changing the local routes and traffic flow.
And I would just like to add on to that. It's my concern is not purely from a traffic count and traffic flow impact of this development. I'm just as, if not more, concerned about the capacity for residents to be able to walk to what should be easily accessible, like restaurants and stores. And you know, we're opening up lands for a business park not too far from here. It would break my heart if people had to drive from their home here to their job a kilometre away because the roads are such a failure. So that's what I would really like to see, is some kind of action here that takes in not just the experience and the number of cars, but also the experience of people trying to walk or cycle or push a stroller or drive their scooter. And you know, we need to be looking out for everyone here. So I'd like that to be kept in mind.
One thing I might note is this is, we mentioned regional roads, so Erb Street, essentially from the Zares to the Costco, has been completely reconstructed with bike lanes and whole new feature, which then could present problems in doing a traffic study if that's part of it. But just food for thought that's been approved, that'll happen, and Platinum Drive will come out in a couple of years. That'll ease the burden on next year. Ease the burden there. Next up was Councillor Hammer.
Thank you very much. And John, thank you very much for your overview of the project and updated. My colleagues have raised a number of the concerns that I had, and I think suffice it to say the biggest one still is the traffic issue and about the roundabout, the regional road, but equally the traffic within the adjacent site and the private property that's along there. So I would certainly support and will include a whole provision on the traffic study for that particular area. There were a number of issues that were raised from the initial meeting and then also the public meeting with the developer. And I'm just curious on your thoughts on the issues that were raised. To your satisfaction, have all of those been addressed in the proposed redesign at this point, and recognizing we still have to go through site plan approval?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I'd say that all of the concerns and the issues that we've identified, traffic is a consistent concern, but we're satisfied with all of the details, and when we see the redesign that the applicant has willingly put forward, we see that they've satisfied and come to the table with a plan that meets those discussions that we've had, shadows, height, transition grades, all those details. So I think we're pleased with it.
Okay. And you gave us a little bit of a teaser on the property adjacent to this one and the plans for development. Can you share with us what we know about that now and what the process will be for public input? Because one of the other concerns we've heard as we've gone through this is the awareness of the public knowing what's going on in the properties adjacent. So if you could share what you can.
For sure. The property just to the south, I'm going to switch to a different image here. See it here. So it's this property here. Currently, it's designated for low-density residential within singles towns with a density of 150 bedrooms per hectare. It's also zoned for single detached dwellings under the 1418 zoning bylaw. The new zoning bylaw is FD, future determination, which says we don't know what the best zoning is, so the property owner has to come in through a zoning application. It's also not being viewed as part of the plan of subdivision. So the owner is going to go through a public process to determine what the new subdivision portion or piece of this puzzle will look like, and also determine what the best zoning will be. And also, as part of that, we'll include the connection of West Haven Street going through here. We've had some discussions about some upzoning or how this can be, including more density. When we look at what the official plan determines where apartments can go and can't go, there's a list of criteria in order to determine if a property is a candidate site for this. And this does not meet that criteria. And so there would be requirements for an official plan amendment as a minimum if they're going to go through this. So there's a number of points where, based on the current framework, it's unlikely there'd be anything beyond singles, townhouses, and the height permissions would be maximum 4 stories if there was to be any stacked towns. So it's likely a subdivision approval, zoning change application, and potentially official plan amendment would be required as well.
Okay, so in summary with it, the reconfiguration, the second concept that's come up with the stacked townhomes around the perimeter, that will lead nicely into what's being planned, what's potentially planned or maybe considered through the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw as we go forward. Okay, so still keeping in context with that.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Rapp, please.
Certainly. I just would like to add to what John said, for clarity for everyone in the audience too, that while the current planning framework would not support the application of further upzoning, if you will, on the parcel of land that Councillor Hanlon was mentioning, it does not preclude from an application coming in. So I want people to be aware that if an application comes in, legally we have to receive it and process it, but that does not necessarily mean the city would be supportive of it until we've gone through the review. We simply can't deny an application under the Planning Act. So I just want to be clear that if something does come through, by law we have to receive it and process it, just for clarity.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions of council other than Councillor Henry's. Go ahead.
I was waiting to see if you had anyone else first. John, I appreciate the detail in the report, but I also need to prepare a sort of brief overview as well for so council on the history of the parcel. And I think given some of the comments I know I've seen through my inbox of folks believing this parcel is a single detached parcel and has always been thus. I was wondering if you could very quickly sort of highlight some of the history of this parcel from the origins of the subdivision as well, because I think that's helpful context that I know I appreciate this evening.
Sure. Through Mayor Jaworski, I don't have the graphics that went along with that email that you may have seen. If anyone's interested, I can definitely share it again. But a quick summary, as the city started to expand towards the west side, towards this area, in 1974, 78, the Westvale District Plan was prepared, identifying where schools and roads and the major road arterials and the low density and the higher density sort of residential uses were going to go. That plan was prepared. And it identified that this northwest portion of the Westvale neighborhood would be medium and high density. That was in 1978. Now as the plan and the subdivision started to be built out, we progressed towards 2004, when this portion of the neighborhood, being all the singles on Westcroft, Westfield, all the way down, those were being proposed initially by a developer. They went through a zoning process and they said, we're going to tweak this a little bit and really identify that this entire parcel would be part of that medium-high density designation. The properties fronting onto West Hill were not part of that subdivision, so that's why today we're kind of cleaning up that line that was prepared in 2004. So as that subdivision was being proposed and finally approved, it was determined at that time that there would be medium-high density on this parcel that's being discussed in 635 Herb, and then the remainder of the property was primarily singles. The purpose is in order to ensure that there's sufficient density throughout the subdivision. So we'll keep the singles, but in order to do so, we're going to upzone this property to permit the higher density here, closer to the major intersection. Again, that was reaffirmed in 2005 through the high density review that happened citywide. Being on a major collector road, arterial road, it was identified again that this would consistently keep that medium-high density zoning, and that's where the MR12 zone was applied to 635 Herb Street West. So dating back to 1978 and all the way through the last number of decades, it has been zoned and designated for medium-high density. The one caveat being that 12 West Hill property, which was always viewed as different, as separate from the bigger subdivision.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. I'll now ask our three registered delegations to come forward, beginning with Dave Galbraith, IBI, and Thomas Harvicker.
Good evening, Mayor Jaworski, members of council. My name is Tom Hardiker, Senior Planner with the IBI Group, and David Galbraith, Senior Planner as well with IBI, and we're here on behalf of Bell Communities related to the application at 635 Herb Street. We prepared a brief presentation, and I apologize for any duplication on the proposal, the presentation by Mr. Voss, but we feel it's important that we reiterate some of the points that have been presented thus far. Perfect. Okay, as part of our presentation, we'll present a property overview, the original concept that you've seen already, and what we heard from the informal public meeting, as well as the neighborhood meeting that was chaired by former councillor Bob Nagan. Speak to the revised development concept, the highlights of the design, required planning applications, and of course at the end of the presentation we'll respond to any questions that may come. The property, as you've heard from Mr. Voss, is at the intersection of West Hill Drive and Herb Street in the western area of the city of Waterloo. It's about 2 acres in area. It's vacant with some existing vegetation. Frontage onto Herb Street, West Hill, and West Haven. The west side of Waterloo is the west side of Waterloo near the boardwalk. And it's currently designated mixed-use, high-density, and low-density residential in the city's official plan. and it's currently zoned multiple residential 12 and single residence 1. The two properties that are subject to this application are identified in this slide with 635 Herb Street, the larger parcel. It's currently designated to permit the development that's being proposed. The official plan amendment is limited to the property identified as number 12 West Hill Drive. This is an overview of the existing neighborhood. The blue parcels or bubbles point to residential developments within the neighborhood. The one on the left in the distance is the Sifton development at Iron Eagles and West Hill. In the foreground is a single-family residential subdivision off West Haven. And to the right is an existing townhouse complex. The purple is the Tim Hortons property that you've heard much about in the earlier presentation. And the four yellow bubbles refer to commercial properties within the vicinity. The Costco being the furthest, and the Winners Plaza on the left, and the Canadian Tire Plaza on the right. This is the illustration of the original concept that was presented at the informal public meeting, as well as it was the subject of much discussion at the neighborhood meeting that I referred to. That original proposal was for two 13-story towers with 3 blocks of townhouses on the southerly limit. From the informal public meeting as well as the neighborhood meeting, there was a number of areas identified, and these was concerns related to the West Haven Drive, concerns related to massing, density, in particular on the east side of the site. This is the West Haven frontage. Concerns overshadowing. There's encouragement for increasing opportunities for landscaping, and a request to re-examine the shadow impacts on the original application and re-examine the transportation impacts. All of that was given careful consideration, and in conjunction with our clients, we came up with a revised development concept that's illustrated on the next slide. And that is still 2 towers, one of 13 stories, the other of 12, and increase in the number of townhouse units located on West Haven frontage as well as on the southerly lot line. The overall density in terms of number of units is basically not changed from the original application. It's the reconfiguration of the site, the placement of the buildings, to deal in particular with issues raised by the neighborhood to the east of West Haven, and that's the shadowing impact. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to David, and he can deal with some of the details that occurred through the discussions with city staff and how they've been implemented in the zoning bylaw that's before you.
Thank you, Tom. So yeah, as Tom had mentioned, following the neighborhood information meeting and the informal meeting at council, the site underwent a significant redesign. A couple of the elements that Tom's already talked about here are additional townhouses on the West Haven frontage, which was the key concern raised as brought forward at the neighborhood meeting and the informal public meeting. Similar to the transition that's always existed on the southern lot line, these townhouses, which will be limited to about 4 stories in height, will provide a transition to the 1 to 2 story dwellings to the east. The further transitions provided by this apartment building, which now is limited to 12 stories in height compared to 13 stories closer to the urban Iron Needles intersection. And as you'll see on the rendering, it's a little bit shadowed in here. There's a podium step towards the east, which again provides a bit more of a buffer between the low density area to the east and the apartment development to proposed before you. As a result of these changes, a couple impacts were noted. The shadow impacts on the areas to the east have been reduced as the building's now located further away, and the broad side of the building is now located L-shaped towards the west. So that portion of the building that was previously right along the West Haven frontage is now shifted to the middle of the site. So as we've noted, the proposed development will now feature one 13-story building on the west side of the site, a 12-story apartment building that steps to the east, townhouses on the south and east property lines, which reduce shadow impacts and provide better transitions. And as Tom had mentioned, the overall density remains about the same, with a total of 335 units. And I should note that one thing that it's important to note is that the existing zoning does permit higher density than what is being sought by this development application. So the existing, the RMU 40 zone, if it was implemented and applied to the site, would permit a 600 bedroom per hectare unit yield, which the proposed development is significantly less than that. It's about half of that amount if the RMU 40 zone was applied to the entirety of the site. So here's a copy of the site plan, which John has talked about before. There will be two entrances to the site, one from the west and one from the east. If you come in from the east, there's a entrance to the underground parking from that side of the site, as well as a ramp up to some surface parking. In response to some of the comments that came through the informal public meeting, some additional but more meaningful landscape areas being provided at grade, which could provide the details of that, and the landscape plan will be confirmed through the site plan process. So I've gone through most of this already, but some of the highlights here are the improved and enhanced transitions to the lower density areas to the south and the east. A building that really has well-articulated facades and a high quality of design. Underground parking that's taken away outside of the public view, kind of centralized to the site, so as you're walking by, you're not looking at a wall of a structured parking garage, it's internalized. Walkout residential suites from the stacked towns and at-grade apartment units, as well as a rooftop amenity space. So John has already gone through the required applications, and again, they're summarized on this slide for your convenience. So thank you for the time. I should note that I have had an opportunity to discuss with the applicant the opportunity of adding the transportation study as an issue to be addressed by a holding provision, and they are amenable to that. So if council chooses, that can be added as a holding provision item.
Wonderful, thanks for that additional add, Dave. Questions for the audience? Councillor Freeman, Councillor Bonador, Councillor Hammer.
Mr. Hardiker, Mr. Galbraith, is it clear what we're asking? I mean, essentially, on the traffic study, it would be allocating a private drive as a road into the model to see how it reallocates traffic through that segment. Because given that it is a fire route there, that's my biggest concern. And so I don't know how the traffic engineers look at that and how they use existing counts within that space, because they really are private roads, but they're being used as public roads for both the Tim Hortons and potentially this property. And that's the biggest concern that I've heard and that I have.
Perhaps that can be clarified in the terms of reference prior to undertaking the traffic study at that time. And part of that traffic study would be analyzing the traffic as it relates to the specific site plans being presented for review.
I mean, because effectively, when the application for the Tim Hortons came through, there was a suggestion that, yes, cars would come in off Herbsville Road, but they wouldn't ever stack down that road, and that they would come in from Herb Street, but I don't think that's what's happening. Notwithstanding the fact that perhaps the roundabout works, it doesn't mean that those side roads work. And so I really think we're basically you know, in considering this application, we're considering increasing traffic to a private road, which just doesn't make good sense to me.
Well, I'm not a traffic engineer.
Yeah, me neither.
But I would find, just from my own experience, that accessing Tim Hortons site or the Sitland development would be an inconvenience or a roundabout way of getting out to Herbstville Road and to, not Herbstville Road, but Ira Needles and Herb Street. Would much more easier for them to directly access Ira Needles through West Hill. Turn left when they come out of their client's development access.
I want to be wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Bonneberg, please.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I'm just curious, has there been any thought put towards the provision of affordable housing within this development at all?
At this stage, it's still preliminary. I don't think that was the intention of the applicant to provide affordable housing in the definition of set up in the PPS. But there is an opportunity here. I think the development is intended to be a rental building. But again, tenure can be confirmed at a later date. But at this point, that's what we were informed of. That was the intention there.
Okay. May I recommend that it be something you at least have a look at? I also noticed that there's a lot of surface parking. I applaud the fact that you've got some underground parking to help offset that. I'm just curious, with those little patches of green that are on the plan, can you give me some idea of what you have in mind in terms of possible provision of like parkettes or small play spaces or anything like that? Because I assume there'll be families living here too.
Yeah, and that's the hope. So there are some meaningful areas for landscaping. To this point, a landscape plan has not been required for the OP official plan amendment and zone change application. But through the site plan process, it will be a requirement of the city. There are a couple of meaningful areas, particularly this space in the middle, which is quite sizable, and it could be an active landscape area, perhaps. There's also rooftop amenity areas, which provide for rooftop barbecue, sitting areas, and the like. So there is an opportunity here, and that will be looked at in the landscape plan.
Okay, great. And finally, I would just like to encourage the idea of more bicycle parking. I believe you probably heard my comments earlier, but I would suspect that even if they're outside racks or something like that, I'm sure that having a little bit more bike parking on site would probably be appreciated, especially given that you are expecting families to be living there.
Next up, I have Councillor Hammer and Councillor Bassett.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you for the clarification on the design and the things that you're thinking of, and also for very quickly adding and hearing the discussion around safety and the traffic study. As Councillor Freeman has said, one piece of it that's important is the private road, and I know we'll hear a little bit more about that. Equally, though, as we've been developing more things in that area that do have an effect on the property itself, consideration of just the volume of traffic that will start to come because of the residences that are being built. I think that has to be a key consideration as well. And all of us are quite concerned about the roundabout at Urban Ira Needles and just how much more volume that can take before we get a little bit more. And I recognize it's not completely your issue, and we're going to have to continue to do traffic studies, but I just want to make sure and emphasize that that's got to be a component of it. And Councillor Bonneberg has covered the amenities component, since you are encouraging families. So I too would echo making sure that we've got enough spaces for bikes as well as amenities for families to play spaces. Thank you.
To Councillor Bassett, please.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Out of curiosity, if you had a lot more room to intensify more, what were some of the reasons why you are deciding not to? Or the applicant, I mean.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the decision was largely based on the target market for the developer. And the desire from day one was to provide larger residential units than might be provided elsewhere. So a lot of these suites are 800 plus square feet. So, you know, they take up space. We're working with height and the applicant wanted to develop something that would be compatible with the neighborhood. So not necessarily maximizing the number of bedrooms or units, but providing a development that was compatible to the neighborhood.
So I know this probably isn't a super popular comment for the gallery tonight, but I do also want to echo Councillor Bonbor's comments around affordable housing. And I really appreciate potential challenges with traffic flow and what increasing density might mean for shadows or the context around the neighborhood. So I don't want to dismiss those concerns at all. They're real. I really hear them. But I do think, given we have an affordable housing crisis for below market, but then also even lower income housing, I'd be really interested in hearing what comes out of your conversations for exploring affordable units, if that's something that might even be explored for Sifton. Thanks.
And I think that's all. Thank you, gentlemen. Next up, delegate number 2 is Roy Wilhelm of West Hill Drive Community Residence.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski and members of council. Usually I start off with an icebreaker, but my wife took my keys tonight, so I got to behave myself. I have been asked to be the spokesperson for the West Hill Drive community. In total, there are 290 seniors living on West Hill Drive. Council members should have received Appendix A of the signatures, and I must add that in February I stopped that petition because 7 Westdale wasn't allowed to do solicitation in their building. So there would have been a lot more. The official plan number 18 and zoning bylaw amendment Z1721 Bell Communities Partnership Limited, 635 Herb Street West and 12 West Hill Drive, the proposed development, does not reflect all of the concerns we expressed at the neighborhood meeting on February 28, 2018. Or in a letter dated March 8, 2018 that was emailed to former Councillor Bob Maven. Council should also have a copy of that letter. A driveway to West Hill Drive other than to Building A for the moving and garbage pickup would only add to our ongoing safety concerns. We believe our emergency services will be reduced and that traffic and pedestrian safety issues will increase if access is approved by council. The proposed driveway is directly across the street from our driveway and provides a convenient shortcut for 400 plus vehicles from the proposed development as well as the surrounding neighborhood to 5 West Hill Drive, Tim Hortons, Ira Needles Boulevard, and Herb Street. Here's why that is so significant. We are a community of seniors that depend highly on our emergency services. We need to know Waterloo Fire Rescue and emergency medical services, EMS, will always have uninterrupted access to the entrance of our building, and that response times will never be compromised when urgently needed. It is very worrisome knowing that the shared driveway in front of our building is the only route for emergency vehicles. In addition, our driveway is not designed to accommodate two-way traffic. Most days, among the many deliveries and home care providers, family members stop in front of our building to pick up and drop off tenants that require assistance. It is 6 meters, 20 feet wide, and we do not have a portico or a designated safe drop-off or pickup area for tenants using mobility aids such as walkers. Council should have a picture of our front driveway. With respect to the shared driveway and zoning bylaw amendment Z1713 5 West Hill Drive, Sifton Properties Limited, that council approved, quote, while vehicles are able to enter the site from West Hill Drive, it is unlikely that there will be a significant amount of traffic through this corridor. This should be a reminder that everything is connected. When council approves planning and zone change amendments for a proposed development without having full knowledge of future developments on adjacent properties, it creates problems. We would not be here tonight if we did not believe there was another option for an entrance to 635 Herb Street. Council members should also have a picture of the existing entrance at 635 West Hill Drive. If Sifton Properties Limited is able to negotiate the approval of access onto 2 arterial roads close to a busy roundabout, then the Bell Communities Partnership Limited should be given similar consideration. The Herb Street entrance to Tim Hortons is approximately 63 meters, 207 feet from the roundabout crosswalk, whereas the existing entrance that has been the entrance to the 635 Herb Street West for over 7 decades, which would have been much safer to incorporate, is 140 meters, 461 feet, well over twice the distance from the roundabout. With respect to access onto 2 arterial roads in zoning bylaw amendment Z1713, 5 West Hill Drive, Sifton Properties Limited, that council also approved, quote, the proposed drive-through restaurant should not adversely affect the surrounding road network. The region has no concerns from a traffic perspective. In addition, following the council meeting, the Waterloo Chronicle reported, quote, regional planning officials raised no concerns about the traffic. Since the region of Waterloo has no concerns from a traffic perspective about access onto 2 arterial roads close to a roundabout, we are asking that council allow access onto Herb Street rather than West Hill Drive, with the exception of access to building aid for moving and garbage pickup. In addition, we know there will be pedestrian safety issues as well as traffic and parking problems on West Hill Drive, especially during the construction phase. There is an unsafe section of road between 25 West Hill and Ivory Needles Boulevard, with no sidewalks that is frequently used by seniors with walkers and scooters. With the additional traffic, it will be very difficult for most seniors with mobility issues to navigate this section of road in a safe manner. We are asking that an alternate route for construction vehicles and equipment be used rather than West Hill Drive, and that parking is limited to one side of West Hill Drive. Final comment. We are here protesting Bell Communities Partners Limited Partnership access to West Hill Drive, but talking more about Sifton Properties shared driveways. Common sense is not a gift, it's a punishment, because you have to deal with everyone who doesn't have it. Tim Hortons should have their own driveway from West Hill Drive rather than an Ivory Needles Boulevard, which would have been much safer to incorporate and solve everybody's problems. On behalf of the West Hill Drive residents and our visitors, thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Roy, for representing the entire group. Questions for the delegate? Councilor Henry.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski, and thank you, Mr. Wellham, for coming forward and representing the group. And I've had the privilege of speaking with you and actually observing some of the concerns that you had. My question to you, and given the comments that have been made tonight and the discussion around a holding being placed on further development with the property pending a traffic study. How does that factor into some of the concerns that you've raised? Because I know there were two that you were raising, and I have a question about the second one.
We have a lot of traffic concerns. In front of our building, traffic is already coming through there. If you're coming down Ira Needles and you Google closest Tim Hortons, and you're on Ira Needles, you're going to get the voice message, 500 feet, exit onto West Hill Drive, and go down. When they get down there, there's no entrance to Tim Hortons, so they come through the front of our building. You also brought up the fact that U-turns. We've already had one accident on Sunday morning. Somebody was broadsided leaving out Herb Street and going around. I know that's going to be extended if this is permitted down to West Haven. We have concerns. There was no disclosure when we moved there. The building is brand new. Tim Hortons was not even mentioned to anybody in our rental agreements, nothing. We assumed because of the few parking spots that we had in front of our building, that maybe that was going to be our parking lot or our green spot for a gazebo, whatever. Very frustrating.
Okay, thank you. I think my other question is more to staff, so I'll hold that.
Any further questions for the delegate? Councilor Finger? No. Just for my benefit, I'm not sure if you're able to talk about that, but that's the one curiosity here, the Sifton property itself of your residents and the Tim Hortons and the shared driveway and that. What has the landlord said there in terms of any mitigating efforts they're going to take to dissuade, put up security guards to dissuade people from coming to Tim Hortons as it's just opened or anything like that?
Through the mayor. That's what we're going to be doing. We'll get our own people across. Anyways, to answer your question, I originally wrote Richard Sifton, president of Sifton Properties. I did not get a response. I wrote a second letter. I did not get a response. We have talked to the manager, Don Leslie, and I guess he gets his direction from Richard Sifton. He's a general manager. Very annoying. But I also wrote, I didn't want any enemies, such as Tom, whatever. We did write the Jacobs family, the franchisees, owners of the Tim Hortons, expressed our concerns, and I believe everybody in management is on holidays this week and couldn't be here to represent us. We reached out to everybody. We're here now.
Yeah. Thank you, because I think as early phases, Councilor Freeman I know has been there. Councilor Hammer's been there. I was there this morning to watch the operations to see how it's going. But I think we don't want people to build habits of thinking, West Hill Drive is the way to get there. Thank you. No further questions of the delegate?
No, it's for staff.
Thank you very much.
So unfortunately, Mayor, what it says in our staff report for the Tim Hortons, which is page 8 of our staff report, Z171305, that was prepared by our staff. This is what it says is the vehicular access for the Tim Hortons. It says there are 3 points of access to the site for vehicles. A right entrance from Ira Needles Boulevard, already approved and built, which is the shared laneway that the last delegate made reference to. The second, a right in and out entrance from Earth Street West. This access was secured through a previous process, but it's not yet been built. And a third access from West Hill Drive via 7 West Hill Drive. So it has always been contemplated that there would be 3 access points to that Tim Hortons into and across that private road. So it's totally wrong for us to suggest as a city that we did not identify that as an access point. And so if we are calling it a vehicular access point, then we need to know what is going on there, and we need to ensure that that the access for that private residence is not impacted. And I think that we are kidding ourselves if we don't believe that people are going to drive through there, because they are already doing it, and it was already contemplated in this staff report. So it's page 8 of our staff report, and we wrote it.
I think Councillor Henry had a question for staff.
I did, and it was just similar along the lines to the point that Councillor Freeman has just made. And my question really is what opportunities or options do we have, John, to take a look at how that can be made safer, and whether there is another opportunity outside of the current private road that it's going along to access the Tim Hortons from West Hill?
I'm going to jump to the other microphone for a minute, if that's okay. So to answer your question, Councilor Hammer, through you, Marjaworski, this is a bigger version of the plan of the area showing the proposed development over on 63512 West Hill, but also looking at the Tim Hortons site plan that was approved, and also the apartment building, looking at where the road connections go through. So hopefully it's helpful to see the image. We can have some discussions. So as noted in the staff report that Councilor Freeman quoted, there are 3 entrances to the Tim Hortons property, one being through this portion of the property of 7 West Hill, one off of Herb, and another one off of 25 West Hill, through here, through 7, to get into the Tim Hortons. Those are the 3 entrances that were addressed, just to provide a visual. As this property continues to be used, and as traffic continues or may continue to be an issue, the property owner stepped in, and through discussions with the city, as we identify issues as they start happening with accidents on Sunday, that's already started happening, we can have those discussions with the property owner and say there's an issue. We need to work together to come up with a better option than what's currently there. And so there are other options of potentially doing a driveway through here. Maybe we'd have to look at all these options, but they go through a redesign of their site plan in order to figure out what is the best fix possible. I can't speak to what that would be tonight, but there is a potential issue on the property that needs to be resolved, and there would be a process for them as the property owner. And through discussions with the tenant association, which I understand is more, and the tenants to figure out, well, what is the best fix to this situation. The plan was done and prepared and developed, but there's always improvements that can happen to every property, and the property owner can pursue that.
As more information comes forward, that's good. But that's encouraging, because I think we've heard loud and clear, even from previous councils in the informal meeting, that the traffic and safety issues are paramount here. And now that we have another functioning site, it's increasing the concerns around that. And we know lots of things are happening. So I would strongly encourage, and hopefully my colleagues will also, that the safety concerns be considered and alternatives be looked at for avoiding using in front of 7 West Haven as a main route to that Tim Hortons. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Henry. Okay, thank you, John. And the last registered delegation, Nadia Mazzarolo. Nadia?
Mayor Jaworski, council members, thank you for having me today. I'm representing a group of individuals on Westcroft Drive and surrounding areas, so we're discussing our traffic concerns as within the neighborhood and access to the building, as well as noise concerns. And I also did want to take a moment to address Councilor Freeman's questions regarding zoning, zoning changes and density. And I think I'll start with that, although I wasn't planning on talking about that, but there does seem to be some confusion around this, and I've spent a lot of time going through the documents. When this petition was originally brought forward, 635 Herb Street was always zoned MR12. And so the petitioner was asking to add a 13th story. That was the change requested. 12 West Hill was wanting to be rezoned from single family, low density, to MR12 to match that portion of the land. Now the Tweed lands, which are the adjoining lands, which were not for sale at the time, but they were preparing to sell, are also zoned MR1. So what occurred throughout, neighborhood meeting, we had the owner of the Tweedlands there with a consultant to see what we were having issues with the other piece of land, but he did tell me they want to look for the most lucrative outcome for his land. So what can they build to get the most money back? That is, at the end of the day, what developers want. So it doesn't quite make sense that they're proposing a lower density than what's allowed on the land. So at the neighborhood meeting on February 28th, 2018, we were having this big discussion, and there was an aha moment where it was discussed that, and it was confirmed by John Boss, if council voted against rezoning 12 West Hill Drive from single-family residence to MR12, that the density would actually have to be decreased by approximately 1/3 based on the number of 300 units per hectare. And so, in essence, what they were asking to rezone that portion of land from single family to MR12 was to actually increase the density allowed on that portion of land, which makes sense in line with developers' goals of making their investment worthwhile on that portion of land. What occurred in September 2018 is a zoning amendment that I'm still trying to understand, so any clarifications would be great. But what I understand from that is there is discussion about zoning the MR12 635 Herb Street to RMU 40, which allows a density of 600 units per hectare. But the issue is that actually isn't the land right now. It is MR12, because that is, as was mentioned over here earlier today, that if the MRU 40 was applied to 635 Herb Street, we would be allowed 600 units per hectare, and therefore we're falling well below the number of units per hectare. So that, I hope, helps clarify what us residents have been looking at as we walk through the process. Now, the language in the document provided today to council, the Integrated Planning and Public Works document, uses a lot of language relating to the 600 units per hectare as being the standard for the land. Sorry? Bedrooms. Sorry, bedrooms, yes, sorry. As opposed to the 300. So,
Sorry, they're just very different. It's 300 units per hectare in the current zoning, is that what it is? Like, one zoning deals
Well,
with...
let's let the delegate
and the
continue,
other
but we'll deal with that later.
Yeah. It's very-
okay. So any clarifications would be welcome, so we can go through that. That would be great. But regardless of that, what we were told is that the density, if 12 West Hill was not approved to be rezoned, that the density would actually have to be lower than the proposed density of the current development. So that is my main point that I know, and any clarifications on the September 2018 zoning, the RMU 40 zoning is helpful as well. So that is that whole part that we're having trouble with, because what would the site plan have looked like had we kept existing zoning is what us residents are wondering, because we've just seen a whole site application based on rezoning, when technically they can build 12, as was discussed earlier, a 12-story apartment building right along Herb Street. If you don't rezone 12 West Hill, then these residents will have less issues with traffic, because the density would be therefore lower, and also you would also have some stacked condos that are allowed, or terraced townhomes in the single-family zoning that's currently on 12 West Hill. They would also have some buffer between the apartment buildings, and that would also help them. So I'm thinking from the perspective of all of us residents in the area. So the other thing would be the traffic study. We have a lot of dispute about this. I don't understand how a zoning application with quite a lot of time to go through all of the studies necessary can move to this point of decision with a very flawed traffic study. So there was a second submission traffic study submitted with the second submission, and in it, they were using turning movement count data and they used a date, Thursday, May 15th, 2014, and they assessed Herb Street West and West Haven Street, and Herb Street West and Herbsville Court turning points. And they assessed it at 2 different times of the day. So it was 1 day, 2 intersections. And then they included in the study on what looks like Thursday, March 23rd, 2017, and they provided us data. Now this is not accurate data, it is projected data, and they quoted, quote, due to the age of the data, a 4.4% growth rate obtained via AADT data provided by the region of Waterloo was used to determine the 2017 current volumes. So unfortunately, we don't have a traffic study, even in the second submission, that is accurate. So that's very concerning for us residents. What's going to end up happening from our perspective is that when West Haven is joined up and everything is developed in that corridor, people will avoid the roundabout and cut through West Haven. Anyone moving towards the Costco. And I actually have a visual aid tonight where we already see this occurring, and this is without the apartment buildings and without Tim Hortons. So that is a concern. They'll also cut through Westcroft Drive to head out off Thorndale Drive towards Fisher Holloman. So there's going to be a lot of cut through a family neighborhood of detached dwellings with very many young families, children playing on the street, bus stop locations, so there's safety issues there, especially for West Haven at the other end of that where it's going to join together is a bus stop. So we're all concerned about the whole development and the scope of it and the effect on the adjoining land. So back in, I believe it was spring 2018, my husband and I were taking a walk to go out for dinner because we were going to take the car and we couldn't get through the roundabout, so we just decided to leave the car home and walk. And I thought it was hilarious, so because of the traffic and that we were beating the cars. So I made this video on his cell phone, never thinking I would present this to council. I did take out the volume because I made a lot of jokes in it. But I thought to myself, for those of you who don't live there and don't experience this on a daily basis, it is entertaining, the level of volume. And one more thing to note on the traffic is I did speak with William Gilbert from the region, who is currently implementing Herb Street improvements that have already been okayed by the region. These Herb Street improvements do not, he said, take into account future development. So he kind of expressed that we're not necessarily putting a light in at West Haven, it's not in the plans. The 4-lane expansion is happening towards the Zares, but as you will notice in my little video, we're already as expanded as the road is being proposed to be, and you will notice the traffic that we experience.
What day did you say this was?
Sorry, this was...
Saturday or Sunday?
This is a Friday around 6:30 p.m.
Thank you.
6 o'clock, 6:30 p.m.
Thanks.
Yeah. So there is a volume I might talk. So this is the corner entering West Haven, and right there is proposed an entrance to the apartment buildings. It will be shaky because I wasn't expecting to make a professional video. So you'll notice the backup of traffic, and I made a vehicle point, and we were trying to see who gets to the roundabout first. Of course we did. And I also noticed the UE problem happening already, where they're sneaking through our street. I froze it here.
There it is.
They're sneaking through our street to get around this roundabout. And this is without the Tim Hortons. We will move ahead, and you'll notice there's no Tim Hortons. And there's also traffic coming in the other direction, and that is also the direction cars will be coming in and out of West Hill. So now just put the Tim Hortons roundabout there at this time of day and explain to me how an apartment building with this density, and this is the traffic we're dealing with, and they're supposed to turn in and out of here. And I'm not really sure how all of that is supposed to take place. So on behalf of residents, we just ask you to really carefully consider this application. I realize there's a lot of requests for holdings, but I personally, and I speak on behalf of many residents, we don't feel like enough formal studies were done to take into account these issues that we've mentioned. And I don't understand how putting holdings on land is actually addressing all of the concerns, whereas we could see a different site proposal theoretically based on current zoning. The last point that was mentioned is a question for council is what, and for the developers, is what are we thinking of in terms of sustainability? And has geothermal been considered? This would eliminate cooling towers off the roof, reduce the height by about 20 feet. It would also reduce water consumption by over 2 million liters per year. And there is an example of this being successfully done by Momentum Development at 120 Victoria on their condo. There's nothing on their roof. This would also help address the concerns of noise that us residents are going to face. The acoustical report did say that it will exceed the decibels, 65 decibels for daytime, and the 60 decibels for nighttime, based on traffic alone, not based on development. So there are a lot of issues with this development that we hope that you're considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Thank you for the great visuals. I might ask after we're done questions for the delegate. I might ask John to just explain RMU 40,
Thank you.
MR 12, and units and bedrooms and that to the audience. You do that slowly for all of us after that. Now, question of the delegate currently. Okay, question of the delegate. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you. Nadia, thank you for coming on behalf of the residents and raising the concerns. There's similar ones that we've been hearing, and I too appreciated the visual. I've been caught in that long traffic line. You've heard the presentations tonight, so I'll ask a similar question that I asked Mr. Wilhelm. There are concerns around the noise, there are concerns around the traffic study needing to be done again, and we do want to have those done before everything is fully released. How does that sit with you, that it will be re-looked at again, recognizing that it's old data that we've been privy to at this stage?
Right, so I think what I'm wondering is, so is council proposing to approve the site plan with all of these flaws and holes in the studies and place holdings on it? So that's my one question. The other question I had is, in the original application, the developer was requesting a 2-year variance from the time of zoning approval, and these can be variances and site plan variances in what we see here. So I'm also wondering, if you approve it today, how much variance can happen in the overall site plan moving forward. And then the last thing I felt like wasn't really addressed, even if you put holdings on, was in our informal neighborhood meeting, where it was confirmed that if 12 West Hill was not rezoned, that we would have lower density allowed on the land. So that was a fact that was stated to all of us in attendance at that meeting.
So on your, well, don't take the first one. Council won't be debating this until after we've heard all the delegations.
Okay.
We don't express an opinion before that. Do you remember the rest of the questions?
All of those really are questions that perhaps in the direction that you gave to Mr. Voss, he will be able to address.
Yeah. Question of the delegate?
No.
Okay. Further question of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thanks for the visuals. That was very much appreciated. And maybe, John, you're welcome to sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, Council.
And John, do you want to do an overview of the RMU versus MR12, 12 stories versus 40 meters, units versus bedrooms? I'm not sure if there was a slide that covered that.
We get confused by it all the time as well, so it's a bit of a transition.
And it's important for everybody to listen carefully, because there's the lingo changes through.
Okay, exactly. Zoning bylaw 1418 measures density as units per hectare. The MR12 zone permits a density of 200 units per hectare. The SR1 zone, I don't have that information in front of me, but I know within the designation it permits 150 units per hectare in the official plan. The SR1 zone will be somewhere in that range, but a bit less perhaps. So the 1418 zoning bylaw, where the application was applied for, the MR zone permits 200 units per hectare. The proposal comes in at 187 units per hectare. So the current proposal is lower than the density that would be permitted if the entire property was zoned MR12. The residential mixed-use 40 zone in zoning bylaw 2018-050 permits a density, or requires at least 150 bedrooms per hectare, and a maximum of 600 bedrooms per hectare. So this is where we're dividing up and counting bedrooms versus units. So a unit could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms. We're now looking at the individual bedrooms, and there's a strict purpose for that. The RMU zoning, as I say, permits up to 600 bedrooms per hectare. When we do a calculation of the proposed concept plan as it is today, that comes out to 301 bedrooms per hectare, half of what the density would be permitted at. The reason why it's so low is to accommodate parking, landscape areas, the larger unit sizes as the applicant had described. Not to say that the zoning wouldn't permit higher density, more units if a redesign was proposed.
Okay, oh, sorry.
I think that should be enough.
I think that's it, yeah.
That's okay.
So very, very complicated, lots of different terminologies, bedrooms and units and that, and as you said, even the aggregation of that whole small piece of
So
property.
to clarify a bit more the SR1 piece, because I do have some of those numbers, if that's okay. When I look at the lot area for 635, as it is today, with the new RMU zoning, if it was developed at the maximum 600 bedrooms per hectare, 635 Herb could have 858 bedrooms. 12 West Hill, with a maximum density of 150, being the lower density, would be 55 bedrooms. So you add those together, and under the new 2018 zoning bylaw applying those zones, would be 913 bedrooms. By zoning 12 West Hill as the RMU 40, increasing it to that maximum 600 bedrooms per hectare, it adds in about 160 more bedrooms, for a total of 1,079 bedrooms. So going from 913 to 1,079. So it's a small increase, but it is an increase that will have some impact.
Okay. Questions of staff? Councillor Freeman.
But just for clarity, even if 12 West Hill was not rezoned, this application, even with the two properties, is only at 300 beds per hectare, whereas without the rezoning, it could have been as high as 913.
Almost. That's 300. So the exact number of bedrooms proposed is 541 bedrooms.
Oh, 541, okay.
The density, once you multiply it out by the lot area, comes out to about 300.
Okay. But it's substantially lower than the density that would be allowed even if we did not rezone 12 West Hill.
Correct.
Okay, all right, so I hope that makes sense, because the difference is the notion of counting beds per hectare versus units per hectare. And so will it look like we took this big jump from a lower unit per hectare number to this other number? They're counting different things. Okay, that's very helpful.
Questions for staff? Seeing none. Seeing none. Thank you, Joe. That's all registered delegations. Is there anyone else present here tonight who wishes to speak to this application? If they could, for everyone who wants to speak, could you please identify themselves now? And so we can see how many? 1, 2. Last call for speakers. Oh, who's already spoken? Oh, Roy, that's right. Yeah, okay, you've already spoken, Roy, but thanks. So we have one registered person speaking for 5 additional minutes? Sure. Thank you. Please come up, state your name and municipality for the record, and that will be the end of our speakers for tonight.
Hi, my name is Chris Code. I live at 352 West Park Crescent. I appreciate coming up and showing everybody. I do a lot of walks with my wife, and I get to meet a lot of people in the neighborhoods. We built in the area with the intent of, I know something has to be built in this area. I noticed all the diagrams and stuff. One of the things that bothers me most is we get to see all these pictures and everything, yet the road that West Haven follows all the way through, with her video in mind, when West Haven is connected, that becomes a raceway through there. And people, when you see the traffic as it builds up further down, if you follow that Herb Street back towards there's Beechwood, the next name of that is West Hill, I believe. People stop there now, hit the lights, turn left, and cut through West Vale. So we are flooding, and I get that Ironitos was built to reduce the flow of traffic on Fisher Home. we're putting it all back to, everybody's cruising Fisher Holland, coming up through Thorndale. Thorndale's becoming a raceway through our poor neighborhood. When you go for a walk, it's amazing. We spend an hour every night going for a walk, and we giggle through our walk going, zoom, and you know that person's not living in our neighborhood. They're heading the fastest route through because of construction or the backups and stuff like that. It's disheartening when you build something like that and everybody says, you listen to the TV and it's the most important, biggest purchase of your life. And all I want to do is be able to have a say in saying, I get the point that these guys, everybody wants to build something, have something there. I just didn't expect that. And I'm more concerned for kids, the school. You're going to put that many units in? Are our schools capable of handling it? I mean, our schools in the area already have portals. The high school, the streets having a hard time, they got portals. We're going to slam in that many more units and people designated, hopefully they buy these places and then go to work in the new area that's being built up and behind Costco. That's fantastic. I've been there for 11 years already. I hop in my car and I drive to the University of Waterloo, ride my bike, whatever it takes. It's faster now. I might as well ride my bike.
Yay!
Yeah, downhill. So it's not fun. It's all downhill in the morning, but it's uphill on the whole thing. But it's like my wife always tells me to be quiet. It gets frustrating because I don't know a lot of the jargon of the MR2, MR whatever. It sounds like a car, as far as I'm concerned now. I just see, I go to bed every night and I gripe about it on the walk every time, driver bananas. And I'm told there will be something built there. I'd like to be able to have a bit of a say in it, saying, listen, I know you guys want to do this, but let's make it nice, let's make it safe. I mean, that's Tim Hortons on the corner. I've tried to not go there. I feel for these guys because I drove 2 different ways in there and I thought, I'll just scoot up to Tim Hortons. I did the roundabout twice because I couldn't find a way to get in because it's just not there. And the U-turns and stuff, that accident is number one of probably, that's probably one of the worst intersections in KW at this point. It's going to get worse before it's going to get better. That's all I have to say. Sorry, thank you.
No, very good, point well taken. I think that is something I think all of us have seen here tonight. There's not just, although we're talking about the traffic of this property, per se, tonight, I think we've seen the future infiltrations, like when West Haven is connected, like 10 years hence or whatever, but future issues, and certainly the roundabout is an issue. Hopefully the Platinum Drive, which will take the Columbia traffic out past Costco, will alleviate that. But there's no doubt we're undergoing growth. We have issues on...
The only other thing is when they do build something and they build the parking garages and all that, I love the idea of underground. I think it's fantastic. You won't see the cars that are there. Our entire neighborhood, you start counting cars, we don't have 250 cars in our whole Westville area. Put those things in there, and we're going to have that many in a 365, what is it, 635, whatever. We're going to have that many cars right there, 25 feet in, deciding that in the morning when they get up, are they going to go left or right? If you're not going into KW or into Waterloo up Herb Street, you're going through the neighborhood then. All those cars will come in off of Herb and then down through the neighborhood.
Points well taken, for sure. Thank you. We do have to deal with all the zoning that has happened since 1978, however, so those are the cards we're dealt here today. Yes? There are no more delegations. Do that.
Yeah, whenever.
If there are no more delegations, this formal public meeting is concluded, and the application is now open to council for a motion and debate, but I see hearing. If there's no more delegations, this formal public meeting is concluded. The application is now open to council for a motion and debate, but I do believe you want to ask staff questions, and you have some questions, staff first. Council Bonneville, Council Bassett.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I have a quick one and then a hard one. So first of all, I thought, would it be possible for you to also explain how a holding provision would affect the processing of an application? Because that might answer some questions for people who aren't based, mired in the minutiae of bureaucracy. And my follow-up is more broadly, the issue of cut-through traffic, we hear you loud and clear, and it's a massive issue. It's going to become more of an issue. It's not just your neighbourhood either. So just more broadly, I'd like to know what the city is doing in terms of formulating some kind of plans to deal with the increasing problem of cut-through traffic through residential neighbourhoods.
Sure, I'll answer first question first, naturally, through Mayor Jaworski. The holding provision, and just as an explanation maybe to the public and to council, through zoning, we set the zoning which sets kind of the building envelope where a building can go and gives certain setbacks and regulations and rules. But if there's something else that needs to just be analyzed before development can proceed, by a holding provision. For example, we're recommending there should be a holding to evaluate where noise from the HVAC units could be mitigated to make sure that they're not producing noise. So in that case, if the proposal tonight is approved, all that would be required for the developer to proceed would be to complete that noise study, show that they're not producing noise elsewhere in the neighborhood, come in and apply to say we've met the requirement and now you can approve this application to lift the holding. That's kind of just that last minute check to say, yeah, we've done what we've requested and now you get the full picture approval. And so it's not fully a public process in that there is no appeal rights to that decision. All it is that final requirement between the developer and council saying we've satisfied council's requirement. Council will then make a decision to say we're satisfied and they lift the holding, allowing the development to then proceed at that point. So it's a much more scaled down process to then this zoning process we've been going through, and it takes out some of the public input that would be involved. The newspaper ad is still put in the paper. Council still holds an informal or a formal meeting to make that decision, but it's a much smaller process than what we've seen tonight.
And I guess it's more of a technical process. For those of you who've been here all night, the one just before this was a formal public meeting removing the holding provision. They've met the technical standards that we've set in whatever it was. You had a second question, but that would probably be better for somebody else. And Mr. Rapp, you put up your hand to answer that? The traffic? Okay. Please.
Thank you to Mayor Jaworski and Councilor Bonnecorn. The city doesn't have a formal program related to cut-through traffic per se. What we do tend to rely on is where a neighborhood reaches through their councilor or directly to our transportation director about traffic calming. And generally that's the symptom that comes through as to just the volume and the speed of traffic, regardless of where the source might be. So that's when we typically do one traffic calming measure per year within the city. We will see through the transportation, the update of the transportation master plan if there's other suggestions about more of them. We did have monies for probably 2 a year previously, but we found we couldn't actually implement 2 a year because they are very divisive within a neighborhood of the strategies of whether it's speed humps, turning circles, a number of different things. So we could really only pull off 1 a year. That might not be exactly what you're looking for, but we don't have the formal process of cut through. It's more about traffic calming as opposed to who is driving on the roads. We might be able to get into traffic plate identification, it's depending on how you use it and how long you keep the data for to determine how much is flow through really. You can get the raw data based on the traffic studies that say how many left turns, right turns, but you still really don't know which cars are actually turning off as to whether they're local or cut through. So we do a program of taking a look at traffic counts throughout the city. We sort of have a program of rotating. We only have so many counters available to us. Some are dedicated to certain identified streets, identified like the Wilmot line, where every 2 years we're using counters out there. So there is a program. But most of it is generated by the residents and concerns expressed through council, and then we try and build it into the program, and then we base it on fact. The recommendations are factual based, and then with options, and then the council makes the decision. There's a neighborhood process associated with all those traffic calming measures, if you will. But as I said, it's a lengthy process.
If I may just have one more question, and it's a quick one. I know that geothermal heating is possible in some parts of the city, but not others. Is this an area, just to get to the point that was raised by one of the delegates, is that even possible in this part of the city?
To study Thorndale as an example, which was an east-west collector through Westville. Absolutely. I'm not certain of the timing. I will have to talk with the Director of Transportation as to...
Are you talking about geothermal heating?
I'm sorry.
I skipped the topic and I hadn't brought you along. I'm sorry. So just to move on to what one of the delegates did bring up was the idea of having geothermal heating on the site. But I know that that's only possible in some parts of the city. I'm just wondering if this is one of those areas.
Mr. Carter knows a lot more about it than you apparently. Mr. Carter.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councilor Monitor. Lands generally west of the expressway, the Weaver Street area, generally have restrictions related to geothermal. So in this part of the city, geothermal would be permitted, but only in a horizontal fashion. The deep wells that go down into the aquifer would not be allowed generally as of right without special permission of the region of Waterloo. So a version of geothermal could be possible on the site and integrated into the design, but it would have to be a horizontal system constructed like below the parking structure.
Okay, council is open to a motion and debate. Motion to go, Councilor Hammond? Oh, did I not get to you? Sorry. Councilor Gassick, go ahead. Apologies.
No problem. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Now that the transportation master plan has been plugged 2 times, I'll tell you where to go to fill in your thoughts. It's engagewr.ca, where you can capture, there's a map, you can put like some of the problem points as of right now and have some comments. So in case you want to have another avenue to have your say more broadly beyond this development too. But I do have a question, which is, if there were, how are traffic calming measures, or would they be implemented here? Would it be identified through the traffic holding first, and then how, or has the applicant talked about potential traffic calming measures to do right up front, rather than kind of going through that lengthier process? So implement, like building something, and then residents seeing what the problems are, and then contacting their counselor, so then the development's going to get put in, for example, and then 5 years down the road, problems that have been thought of or identified now are actually coming to fruition, and then it's another 3 years until they actually get planned. So what's possible in terms of traffic calming right up front, and how would those be identified and then implemented earlier on?
Sure. Through Mayor Jaworski, the traffic calming issue is something that happens on a bigger scale. When we're looking at this development through a holding, the council requires that there be a traffic study. That study would look at the intersections and say whether they should be signalized intersections, and potentially they may be able to explore those options of traffic calming. But the traffic calming thing is bigger than just this development. When we're looking at this development, though, because there's those 2 connections, one onto West Haven and one onto West Hill, there will be a potential for traffic to cut through this site. And so through site plan, we can explore options for how do we reduce that likelihood of this site becoming a traffic thoroughfare, similar to what's happening on the adjacent properties at West Hill. And so when we're looking at the individual site, there's some potential. On the bigger picture, it's hard to say exactly what the results of the traffic study would be in terms of recommendations for the traffic calming, as councilors, Mr. Rapp has explained. That's a bigger conversation that requires a lot of consultation and process through that.
Now, Council Bodley had a question. Are you doing a motion or question?
It was a comment, so.
Comment. Go ahead with your comment. Go ahead.
It follows, thank you, through you, it follows along Councilor Bassick's question, and I think more a comment really to Mr. Voss. You've heard a lot about the concerns of the traffic in not just the development, but the impact on the Westville area and the Westville neighborhood. And we certainly have had calming studies done in there, and speeding through that area is a problem right at the moment. The residents have been very much on top of that. So I'm hoping that you're taking the comments that you're hearing as being something that is discussed in quite extensive detail during the site planning process, that whatever measures are possible to do are done as we're building it. So I think that would be a good direction.
Thank you. Councilor Bradley, please, question.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Everybody's kind of highlighted all the traffic issues, and I have similar concerns, I guess. I guess my question for staff is, was it considered access off of Herb Street? And if access off of Herb Street was considered, why was it ultimately not decided to go that route? That's my first question.
Through Mayor Jaworski, the idea or the potential of having an access onto Herb Street was discussed a couple of times with the region, and for various reasons, the answer was no. That's not an option that they'd support. One was supported on the Tim Hortons property, and I was part of that discussion and that development. But in this case, they've looked at it and they said, no, traffic should be directed to local streets, which is what the proposal is. And that's consistent with our official plan, which again directs traffic to local streets, which those streets would then direct traffic onto the arterial road.
Okay. So the region is essentially saying they would not provide access onto Herb Street from this site?
That's correct.
So my second question is, and perhaps this is more appropriate through site plan. I'm willing to have you mention that to me if that is true. But the access point off West Hill Drive, is there any possibility for that access off West Hill Drive to only go south on West Hill Drive and prevent right-hand turns towards the cul-de-sac?
Through Mayor Jaworski, that is something that can be implemented through the site plan, and that's something that, as we've heard the discussions tonight, will be looked at as we go forward in that. Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Hammer.
I would like to make a motion.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so it's with respect to zoning bylaw amendment Z17-21 and official plan amendment number 18, 635 Herb Street West and 12 West Hill Drive. And my motion is that council agrees with the plan and staff, having considered all written and oral submissions from the public and stakeholders and considered the professional opinions of planning staff, council approves zoning bylaw amendment Z1721, 635 Herb Street West and 12 West Hill Drive in accordance with section 7, the recommendations with one addition, and that a holding provision for a traffic study be included in addition to the noise provision that's, the noise study that's there. IPPW 2019-007 for the reasons specified in section 6, which is the conclusions of the report.
And just before we get a second, is that sufficient to capture the noise provision?
And the traffic study.
Oh, Mr. Carter?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, that's sufficient. We'll modify the bylaw accordingly, using standard wording that we use for such requirements.
Okay, looking for a seconder? Seconded by Councilor Bassick. Okay, thank you. Do you have comments, or you want to comment last?
I'd like to comment last.
Okay, commentary. Councilor Bartley, Councilor Freeman.
Can I just, maybe this is part of a question or debate. I'm looking for some clarity on what we are trying to get out of the traffic study. If it's what Councilor Freeman is talking about, I understand. I'm fully supportive of it in terms of are we collecting the data that's diverting traffic onto what is a private road. Right now, it's pretty clear that we're not getting that data at all. So, but my second question is, and this will maybe serve as my comments as well too. I'm kind of fearful that we're accepting the remainder of the traffic data for, broadly speaking, the rest of the rest of the area. You know, I'm in Ward 2 in the northwest end, and I think in some cases there's an if you build it, they will come element to this, because I have been advocating in my short tenure here on council for Herbsville Road to be widened north of Herb Street. You can see that the similar backup to the video that the delegate put forward on Herbsville Street at certain times of day, and the region currently only has Herbsville Road being widened between Herb Street and Columbia set for 2031. I can't possibly imagine that we can survive on Herbsville Road without that road being widened to 4 lanes before 2031. So, I think there's if you build a they will come element to this, that if this development is here, there's going to be more traffic, and at some point in time, the region's going to have to say, this is a huge problem. But at the same time, I am also concerned that the traffic data that was utilized for the Tim Hortons and the approval of the Tim Hortons, which predates me, I'm concerned that wasn't really capturing all of what was actually going to happen in this area. And I appreciate that all sorts of work is being done between the region and the city to widen Herb Street, to build Platinum Drive, to build the collector road, to bypass road eventually from along the Hydro Corridor into the boardwalk. But I am very fearful that we're really not capturing the scope of the traffic data in general, not just to the private road. So I just looking for some clarification from the rest of council about what exactly we're asking for with this traffic study.
So, to John, what is the scope of our intent? Of what we're doing here in zoning? What is the nature of our traffic studies? Because I think that will help scope it down. I think what you're asking for might be like the West Side traffic study that we implemented 3 years ago that Joel probably knows a lot about, rather than this is just for this site I think we're talking about. So I'm going to ask John or Joel who wants to go first. Joel is.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, what I heard from council would be a holding provision applied requiring an updated transportation study prior to lifting of the holding symbol. That updated transportation study would include an understanding of the final or substantially final design, because again, this is a concept design that's bounced to council, so we'd ultimately determine what the revised or final concept would be, combined with updating the traffic study relating to the development around the broader streets, using updated information, combined with an individual assessment of the private road of the Sifton properties, I would describe it as. So that was the components that I understood, being an updated site plan, an updated traffic information for the broader area, combined with a specific review of those private roads within Sifton property.
Thank you. Continue. Do you have further questions?
No, I was going to finish my comment.
Okay, no, good. Okay, Councillor.
No, I'm going to finish.
Well, you're not finished.
Not quite.
Okay, go ahead.
So given that, I am supportive of the motion with the traffic study data. I mean, I'm very supportive of increasing density in this area of the city. Anytime that we're dealing with increased density, there are always going to be these challenges that we need to address, but I think it's important that we address them. And I feel like without having that traffic study done, I'm not sure that we're necessarily addressing that the challenges of the growth in this area of the city. But I mean, for all sorts of reasons, I'm very supportive of increased density on this site. The fact that it's very close to the Costco, the fact that it's close to the employment lanes in my ward, the fact that it's so close to the boardwalk and other amenities, and it's on a main transit route is very appealing to me. I would like to see the traffic study done, and so I'm supportive of the motion, given that we've put that holding provision up.
Okay, next up I have Councillor Freeman.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I did have a question. Is the placement of a holding provision the right way to go, or is this traffic issue so concerning that we should actually be deferring this decision until we get this information?
Who's that question of?
It's for Joel or Mr. Voss.
Okay, let Joel take a stab.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Freeman. It's really a question for council, ultimately to decide your preference. Holding provisions are tools that are afforded under the Planning Act to require council where they believe the land use permissions are appropriate, so the general broader zoning is appropriate, but a technical requirement, whether it's a traffic study or a servicing issue or a noise issue, that technical requirement requires further review to council's ultimate satisfaction. Council has the authority not to lift the holding provision unless they're satisfied that that technical requirement is ultimately in place. So if council is satisfied that the broader land use framework is appropriate for this site, then a holding provision is an effective tool to use.
Thank you.
So as a follow-up, so I'm clear, once a holding provision is placed, it will come back to council to remove the holding provision, is that correct?
Through Mayor Jaworski, that's correct. The building provision has to come back to council to council satisfaction prior to its removal.
All right, that is incredibly helpful to me. Thank you. So I just wanted to make some commentary if I could. I think that Mr. Cotter is on the right page, and I just want to make sure that it's understood that when we say up-to-date traffic data, that it's revised counts, that it's not based on a forecast from 2014. And I thank the delegate for finding that in the report. I'm not a traffic engineer, and I do my best to scan these reports, but things get missed, and I think that was a very good catch. And I do think I think that you've got it right in terms of allocating the fact that we said in the zoning permissions for the Tim Hortons that access to the site through 7 West Hill is considered an access point. I think you have it right, Mr. Cotter, that we are looking for that to be considered as a potential thoroughfare into and across the corner and diverting or bypassing the roundabout. So I think that that's right in terms of what you said from a traffic perspective, and I'm just stating it back to make sure that I'm clear that that's what you mean when you say up-to-date data.
Through Mayor Jaworski and Councilor Freeman, we would use the most up-to-date data that's available. Traffic studies are typically done with a 10-year horizon, but they're based on the most recent counts that are available in the area. In some cases, the counts may be a year or two old, and then factors that are applied are industry-accepted approaches to applying adjustments to increase them up to relevant data. So you might have data that, for example, was done in 2018 with a factor to adjust to 2019 as an acceptable approach, and that's common through studies. So we'll go and seek the most up-to-date information that we can find for the updated study.
My biggest concern is that in 2018 there wasn't a Tim Hortons, and in 2019 there is. And that's why I just think that the counts physically have to be redone. Whether their data loggers go down or whether it's GTEL, I'm not sure if that's the right company, whether they're out there counting, I don't know what that looks like, but I'm not going to be comfortable with anything that's forecasted prior to that drive-through nightmare that was approved. And I feel very strongly about that we have to very clearly understand how that property is impacting traffic patterns.
Through Mayor Jaworski and Councilor Freeman, understood.
Thank you. So with that commentary, when I look at this application, I spent a lot of time looking at the zoning, and I do think that it is very confusing, this crossover in terms of counting units per hectare versus bedrooms per hectare, and the fact that we are in that gray zone between two bylaws right now, and that we have to basically create two different zoning pieces going forward until we know what the outcomes are of the appeal to comprehensive. So I appreciated how you outlined that. And in terms of the perspective of the densities, it appears as though no matter which way you count it, it's substantially below the density that could have been requested for the site. I appreciate the fact that they've stepped back the tower, and I think, and I also like that there's a step back now to the houses, and I think that Councillor Bonnegore's comments related to landscape treatment and something that is reflective of the low-density residential that's across the street from a landscaping perspective. I hope that that's some direction that can be provided to site plan. And similarly, things like site lighting. So I don't know how much setback the ramp is to that parking garage, for example, and whether headlights coming up the garage can be managed in such a way so they're not directly shining either into the townhomes or the rear yards of the houses across the street. But I think that would be helpful. And when the traffic study comes back, because the comments from WACAT would have come after the other traffic study, it would be really helpful if some of the comments from the Active Transportation Committee could be considered, because, you know, I think that the video that we saw tonight is incredibly reflective of what all of us do see when we approach that intersection. I've approached that intersection on a bicycle. It's quite harrowing, and so I don't know whether it's reasonable. I mean, the region often asks developments to make investments in road improvements, and so the notion of installing a pedestrian island onto Herb Street West seems like a fair request of the applicant, given that a lot of the individuals that they have in their property, as much as we assume and want people to walk to the roundabout and cross at the crosswalk, reality is they don't, just like people do U-turns where they're not supposed to. And so I would like to think it's a reasonable ask of the applicant to put in a safe crossing for their citizens, like their occupants, as well as those that will be managing the added volumes from the current low-rise subdivision. So, you know, I guess with all that being said, I can accept the site plan as presented and the zoning as recommended, but the traffic really has to be right for me to be able to lift that holding provision.
Thank you, Councilor Freeman. And I think that one thing I don't want to get lost is during our conversation, we had that talk about talking to Sifton about their own property, independent of this, and the access to the Tim Hortons from there, and as far as we can do anything. So, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. More just comments at the end. This is an exciting opportunity for Ward 1 and also a scary opportunity for Ward 1 too, because of the location and proximity. I think it is important, and we've heard loud and clear from all of us, that traffic and the safety of residents in the areas, whether you are walking or whether you are pushing a scooter, riding on a scooter, or however you are trying to navigate that area, is really important. So I was encouraged that the traffic study will look not only at the safety on the internal road and working with Sifton Properties to figure out how that can happen, but equally looking at the impact that that particular area has on the rest of the development, and specifically the Westville neighborhood that's there that's going to be impacted. So I'm encouraged by that. And equally the noise study. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about it because the developer had agreed to have it, but I think that equally is going to be important as we raise more people. The particular zoning and the use of the land is within what is permitted, so I'm encouraged by that. I'm also encouraged that the proposal is consistent with the spirit and intent that council has regarding intensification and densification for our city. And to me being from a ward that is predominantly residential, we know we have to grow. We need to do it in a way that is mindful of the surrounding areas. So the fact that the direction towards site plan will look at how there's a smoother transition from the high-density buildings to the stacked buildings and then into the residential homes. I think all of those really look well, and I'm encouraged to see the next stage of this proposal going forward. So I will be voting in favor of it.
And with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, that carries. Thank you. And thank you for everybody for coming out and bearing with us as we got through this project dating back to 1978. We're going to skip down already to new business because that's all we have. And I think Councilor Heath, you wanted to cover something?
I'm going to do a couple things, actually. Well, first of all, I want to start with, I'd like the city, if we could, to look into some kind of a program for helmets, for bicycle helmets for kids in our neighborhoods. I was visiting an area of my neighborhood last week and noticed several children that weren't wearing helmets. And so, I talked to a bicycle shop owner about maybe we could work together, find some funding, service club maybe, maybe the city, and see if we can buy some bulk helmets for the kids. It's a safety thing, and a lot of kids can't afford them. So anyway, I talked to Councilor Freeman about it. She's heard some great programs, like if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was really exciting. There's a city in the States where they did bulk purchase. They logoed them with their city logo. And they flat rate sold helmets, adults, children, all sizes, $5. They sold them through convenience stores. And so at any time, anyone could go into a convenience store and buy a helmet. And they're DOT helmets. They're the simple Bell helmets in all likelihood, the polyfoam or whatever. So they're very simple helmet. And you know what? I thought as a bike-friendly community, this could be a really great opportunity for us if I believe that we can buy these helmets in bulk and you know that they're probably sold at even less than $5 a helmet if we bought them in bulk. And you know, I think it's really good too, like from the perspective of our university students, because helmets are not mandatory in the province of Ontario. And so a lot of folks may have come to Canada and are just starting to ride on our roads. And even though the Line project is ending, if it came back, then again you should wear a helmet on a scooter too. So I don't know, I thought it was an absolutely fabulous idea. One of the bike-friendly communities in the US are doing it, and I just thought that would be easy peasy.
So I'm going to look at Commissioner Dykstra here. Does this sound like something maybe Phil and team or Beth and team or whoever's team? Cam's team. Well, Cam's answered so much tonight, I thought I could do
Through Mayor, we can, community outreach can take a first blush at that, but definitely with the active transportation team, see a link with them too. So we'll, between our two departments, see where we can get some discussion going on, that's for sure.
That'd be good. Thank you, Councilor Beattie.
And neighborhood associations too would be happy, I'm sure, to be involved in that. So anyway, thank you.
One more.
And one more thing, I don't know if everybody's aware of this, but the City of Waterloo Museum is 10 years, celebrating their 10th anniversary this year. So, and also, it's the 100th anniversary of the death of Joseph E. Seagram.
And he's not celebrating that.
Well, he's not celebrating that, but we are. We did. So we went, the City of Waterloo Museum staff put together in cooperation with the Woodbine Racetrack event yesterday to celebrate Joseph Seagram. He was an amazing entrepreneur, politician, and philanthropist, and he knew how to pick the best raced horses. So a bunch of folks went on a bus from here. We met with several members of the Seagram family at the racetrack. And one in particular was the last grandson, Edward, and his lovely wife. And it was just really a really fun event. The Seagram family were really excited to be there, and then we were, we took the lead on this. The mayor got to present the Seagram Cup at the 9th race, worth $125,000 was the take. So Councillor Freeman and
Been on the right horse.
Oh yeah, she made a little money. So Councillor Freeman and the mayor and I went, and several staff went down and had dinner and just celebrated this amazing man from our past here. So on that note, I'd like to encourage those of you who are listening to get out to Conestoga Mall. That's where our museum is, near the food court, and there's an exhibit there right now at this time about Joseph E. Seagram. So anyway, and I want to thank Karen Vandenbrink and her staff did an amazing job of pulling this off, and it was just a really lovely day for the races and to celebrate. So thank you.
They were so appreciative. Edward Seagram has never presented the Seagram Cup before, and it was organized by our city team. So big shout out to the city team for that celebration. They're so appreciative. New business, Councilor Butler, Councilor Freeman.
If I may, I just wanted to note the unfortunate passing of a really brilliant young Waterloo man last last week, Zach Jacoby. He was a volunteer, a crucial volunteer on my campaign team, but more importantly than that, he was a really talented developer with Alert Labs. He was incredibly intelligent, incredibly engaged, and had he not unfortunately perished in an accident last week, he would have become the kind of man that we would have celebrated 100 years from now. So I just wanted to note his passing and just say with great sadness that we are a lesser city and world for his loss.
Thank you for that. Councilor Freeman.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I just wanted to bring to council's attention that I had another meeting with some folks in my ward related to traffic speeds. And I think it's, very helpful. We've received really good information from staff with regard to how we would like to approach considering lowering speeds in our neighborhoods such that we lean into expert advice through our transportation master plan. But I think that with all the conversation that's happening more broadly in the community about some pilots happening in Kitchener and Cambridge, that would be really helpful if we could update some communications about how it is we're approaching this piece and how we want to make an informed decision on through our policy and through our transportation master plan. And I wanted to share with council that when I was in Dublin at Bella City, one of the many things that I left with takeaways was that I had spoken with the transportation, director of transportation, the engineer for the city of Dublin, and said, we're looking at lowering our speeds to maybe 40 kilometers an hour. And he leaned into me and he said, unless you make it 30, it's not worth your time. Because at 30, if people want to go 15 over, then they're actually driving in that range where you're hopeful that they'll stay. But at 40, they're still going to be over 55. Or potentially. And I thought that was fascinating. And so I think there's value, like in terms of as we are working with our consultant on our transportation master plan, to actually ask them to see what are the best practices more broadly in communities that are lowering speed limits. Right now we're talking about 40 because that's what we've heard Toronto do, or that's what we've heard Cambridge do, or that's what we've heard Kitchener do. But there's a lot of other communities more broadly in the world where active transportation is even a higher priority than it is in Ontario. And they have lived experiences around this that I think is of value for us to consider in RTMP. Because really, if we're buying new signs, let's get the sign that is proven elsewhere to actually work. So I'm hopeful that we can start thinking around that and more broadly communicate how it is that we're giving consideration to lowering speed limits within our neighborhoods and where we know we have vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists, seniors, children, that kind of thing.
So I'm going to leave that in Cam and Tony's capable hands in terms of when we can get some communication out there or launch Engage or whatever is going on with that. Wonderful. Seeing no further business, motion to adjourn. Councilor Bassick. No, is there more stuff in the back?
Some bylaws.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't have it with me. Motion on bylaws?
I'll second it.
I think we probably have to pull F.
We have to go.
Because they need to be amended.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, next page.
D, F, yeah. D, F.
Can we move them all with F as amended? Traffic?
D, E, F.
Oh, Joe, yes, please.
Through Mayor Jaworski, we've drafted the bylaws. If they're moved by council prior to being executed by the mayor and the clerk, we would update the wording relative to the additional wording provisions. So I think you can pass them with the notation of the modification. We'll update the wording, and before the mayor and clerk execute them, you can be satisfied that the wording's been updated.
We're good with that.
Yes, through you, Mayor, yes, we'll reflect that in the recommendations of the change, the addition, and so we'll ensure that that's also changed in the bylaws before we sign them.
Okay, bylaws moved by Councillor, I think we already had that, didn't we? Oh, no, that was adjourning people.
Yeah,
That's right. Councillor Handler, Councillor Bassett, all those in favor of the bylaws? Thank you. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Bodley, Councillor Bassett, we are adjourned.
Go for it and enjoy it because it's your day.
That's right. Well, in life after that, I don't know if you could wear a ball gown again.
Oh, come on, you can do it. Doing your laundry? Come on, laundry day?
Well, I actually put on a long dress to barbecue.
There you go. There's always a reason to wear it another time.
Have to find occasions and make them.
Oh, that's so lovely. I love it. Oh, thank you. Oh, my goodness. So Michelle, let's talk about the silhouettes of our beautiful curvy brides and what that looks like for them.
Yes, absolutely. So the last two dresses, we had your A-line and we had your sort of a mini ball gown going on. And now here we've got for the girl who wants to really show off her beautiful figure. So it's a lovely fit and flare, so it fits you and then it flares out. It's not too much science to the names. But we have a beautiful, the deep neckline.
More of a plunge kind of
Absolutely,
look, yeah.
And that'll just give us show enough of what we want to show on top. This dress has lovely straps, so we'll give a really nice support. So there's no yanking that dress all day, you know, you're going to live in that dress, look absolutely beautiful at all times. The strap's going to support you, and that's all beautifully embellished. Soft shimmer to it, and then we've got nipped in at the waist, over the booty curve, and then flaring out. So it's going to give you that beautiful hourglass figure.
You're going to be a smoke show at that wedding. Everyone's going to stop and look at you because this is a beautiful gown.
Absolutely, and again, it's beautifully made, got boning. It's got thicker fabrics inside, which all helps the dresses lie smoother on the body.
That's right.
And this doesn't have anything on the front, but actually the back, the train is all full of lace.
All the details in the back, which is really nice because then it kind of gives you a chance to decorate it more in the front, put that detail that you'd like in the front. And I see that you've put a little beautiful headpiece on there as well.
Right, yeah. So we just a little something to pin into your hair. Just instead of a veil, maybe you prefer to have this on your head. Again, it's got a little bit of sparkle in it. So just showing you all the different options.
There's so little, like all the details that add up to making this dress look so beautiful on you. It's exquisite.
It's a beautiful dress.
Yeah, it really is.
The lace is very pretty, and again, we've got all the right cuts.
Yes, you can see the lines going down.
It's going to curve around the girl's body and really show off all her beautiful shape.
This dress will hug you in all the right ways. It really will.
It's
so
a lovely one.
If we have a strapless dress, could we add straps if we want to and customize that on there?
Yes, absolutely. We have a very good design team, and we can add straps. We can do exactly what this is. If you can pretend that that was a strapless dress, we can build that up and make a lovely strap for you. So sometimes we fall in love with the dress, but we want to have a little strap added on, and that's not a problem for us. We can do that. We can also add more lace down to the bottom if you want. We can do custom veils. We've done many of those.
Wow.
Yeah, that actually is very exciting because that really turns the dress that a designer has produced into your dress.
Yes.
And nobody else has got that. So it really makes it a one of a kind.
Yes.
And we do a tremendous amount of custom changes to gowns, which I find very exciting.
Yeah, and those possibilities are quite endless then
Yes,
for you.
yes.
Really get the dress you want and you deserve for your dream day because it's your wedding day, right?
That's right.
Well, thank you so much for sharing these wonderful curvy brides, and we look forward to seeing what you look like in your curvy bride look.
Isn't that nice? Oh, you like it already. I can hear the... Here comes the bride. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Now, if I'm looking for a sleeve dress, I love the sleeves on this one.
Isn't it beautiful?
It is. It's really elegant.
Yeah, it's a little bit off the shoulder.
But you know what? It gets even better. Check this out. That's right, it's a pocket dress. And this probably is my most favorite feature of this dress is the pockets. There's just something about a pocket that just makes you feel like it's still formal,
yes,
but yet fun, and you can play in it. It's stunning. The material is beautiful. The top, I like this, the cut here, the strapless.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st.
This is Rogers TV.
Hi, I'm Stacy Bester and welcome to my kitchen again. Today we are going to have another sweet escape. We're going to travel back to England. That was my first overseas destination, one of my favorites. It also is very nostalgic to me because I had an English nana, spent many hours as a little girl hearing stories of England. So, and of course enjoying many English desserts at my nana's house. One of the most common desserts over in England, especially I was in London, was the Victoria sponge. It's a beautiful buttery sponge cake, and then of course it's most commonly layered with either a preserve or fresh strawberries, and of course real whipped cream. So we're going to make that today. It's just such a nice, easy, yummy dessert that can be served for tea, which of course is how the English would serve it, or good for any dessert for any special or sweet occasion. So let's get started. We're of course going to start with real butter. There's a little bit more butter in this particular recipe than there is in a normal, just kind of a vanilla or a butter-based cake that you would make. This is going to have a much spongier texture to it. It's also going to bake on a little higher heat. We're going to preheat our ovens to 400 degrees. Most commonly, we bake around 350 degrees. So get your ovens preheated. We're also going to start with some room temperature butter or some softened butter. You never want to use melted butter in a recipe for a cake, anywhere that you need to cream your butter and incorporate sugar, because you really need the right consistency. You need to be able to get the air in there. So if you are softening your butter in the microwave, which most of us do because quite often we're not thinking ahead or planning ahead to pull that pound of butter out of the fridge, if you happen to melt it, either use that for another recipe or, you know, get some more butter. We don't want to use melted butter. So I have 1 cup of softened butter. It's cool in my kitchen today, so we're going to see how this creams up for me. Again, I didn't want to melt it, so I was really careful. I'm going to just get this going. We're going to beat it. Want to get it nice and creamy. And then I'm going to incorporate my sugar. I really like this particular mixer I'm using because it has a wider bowl than most, you know, of the more popular mixers out there that we tend to use. So it really allows you to kind of get in and scrape the sides. It's great for home baking. So we've got that going. I am going to use 1 cup of sugar. Yeah, I'm peeking at my notes because I don't know all my recipes off the top of my head. So I'm just going to gradually add 1 cup of sugar in there. And we're just going to beat that until it's nice and fluffy, that sugar is incorporated. Then we're going to add our room temperature eggs. If you don't have room temperature eggs, because again, sometimes we just decide to bake at the last minute or on a whim, just take your cold eggs and run them under a little bit of warm water or put them in a cup with some warm water just for a minute. You don't want to cook them, so not really hot water, just to kind of take that edge off of them. I'm just going to turn this down just a little bit while I add my eggs. I do tend to like to add my eggs by first cracking them into a measuring cup, just in case you have a bad egg. But today I'm just gonna risk it and crack them right into my batter. There you go. So I'm just going to slowly kind of incorporate these. Want to get everything nice and mixed together. And then I'm going to turn this up just a little bit. And of course, you know, we want to see the texture of our batter start to change. You know, you'll see the glossiness from the eggs will start to incorporate, and everything will become fluffy and creamy and really change color. It should become kind of a lighter color because the air is in there. And again, just scrape your sides down. You want every little bit to get incorporated, or else you end up having a very unevenly baked cake with kind of you know, fluffier parts and parts where there's kind of too much butter in one area. So we don't want that. I'm just going to help this along. I like to push the mixture towards the beaters just to make sure everything's getting incorporated. Again, that's why I like that nice wide bowl. I'm going to turn this off, and I want you to be able to see this nice consistency. It's fluffy, creamy, nice light color. So that's what we want. So now I'm going to add just a little splash of vanilla. You can measure it if you want, about a teaspoon, but I find vanilla is one of those things you can just kind of eyeball really if you want. I like to use pure vanilla. I know I say this all the time, but you know, when you're baking, the better the ingredients, the better tasting your dessert is always going to be. So now we're going to do 1.5 teaspoons of baking powder, and we're going to do 1 cup of flour. So as you can see, it's not a lot of flour, and that's what gives it just that nice spongy texture. So I'm going to incorporate just about half of the flour. I've measured out a cup here, but I'm going to incorporate a half. And then I'm going to do 1 teaspoon of the baking powder. Then I'm going to add a little bit of milk. We have a 1/2 cup of milk going on in this recipe. I'm just going to get this all kind of mixed together. Then I'm going to add our remaining dry and wet ingredients. Again, this just helps to make sure that everything is evenly distributed so that you have a much nicer cake. So 1 more 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder. I always like to keep a little cloth handy. I'm one of those people that likes to tidy as I go along. It seems a little less daunting at the very end. Maybe it's just because I'm OCD, I'm not sure. So now I have prepared an 8-inch pan. I don't bother flouring my pan. I just simply cut a nice ring of parchment paper. You don't want to use wax paper. Sometimes we get a little confused as to what's the difference between wax and parchment. Wax is just that, it's wax, so as it bakes in the oven, you're going to get that kind of waxy residue in your pan and again in your baked goods. So you want parchment. It's a no stick, but it's not going to leave that residue in there. So it's just, I just trace a little circle. I usually try to make many of those circles at a time because I know I like to bake, and that way I have them handy. So, and it doesn't take long, you're just folding paper. So this is a single layer cake. You can of course double this if you want a larger cake. You can, if you do double the recipe, you could even make it more in a 9-inch pan. You can use a regular pan like I'm using, or use a spring form. You can even do it in a square. It's really up to you. You just want to watch your baking times. If you're kind of spreading the size of the cake out, it's obviously going to bake a little quicker. So you don't want to bake it for the same 30-minute time frame. So again, my oven is preheated to 400 degrees. We're going to bake this for about 30 minutes. You know it's done. Just like any other cake, you're gonna put a toothpick in, and when you pull it out, it should come out just nice and clean. So let's put this in the oven. I'm gonna get organized, and then I'm gonna show you how to put this beautiful Victoria sponge cake together.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Find out what's trending. Join me, Aaliyah Ali, as I explore Waterloo region and beyond, looking for trendy ideas. Hashtag trending, Thursdays at 7 p.m., only on Rogers TV.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Here in the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, unattended cooking on pots in the stove is the leading causes of injury fires in the home. I've got a pot on the stove. If this ever catches on fire, you take an oven mitt, slide a lid over it. That takes away the oxygen from the fire. If you take the lid off, the fire starts up. Whatever you do, please do not put water on this. In the province of Ontario, it's mandatory to have working smoke alarms on every single level of your home and outside all sleeping areas. Regardless if they're battery operated or electrical style, please make sure you test them once a month, change the batteries once a year, check the expiry date. They typically expire after 10 years. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
He has my eyes. He has his mother's cheekbones. He has her competitive nature. He has my weird sense of humor. He has her love of reading. He has my oxycodone.
Some things should never be passed down. Lock up or turn in your prescription drugs. Learn more at secureyourmeds.ca. A message from Drug Free Kids Canada.
Sponge cake has baked, it has cooled, I've relaxed and had a cup of tea while it was baking, and now I'm ready to assemble this beautiful Victoria sponge cake. The first time I had this beautiful cake, called Victoria sponge, my Nana used to always make a lot of cakes with whipped cream and fruit, but she never called it Victoria sponge. The first time I ever had it was actually at Buckingham Palace. I did a tour of Buckingham Palace when I went to London, and after the tour you can go outside into the gardens, and they have this beautiful tea shop outdoors under tents all set up where you can have tea and enjoy beautiful English pastries and desserts. So who could resist having a gorgeous piece of layered white cake with fresh strawberries sitting on the terrace at Buckingham Palace? That was a really fun trip. I went with my mom and my sister. My daughter was over in the UK teaching for a year, so we went to go and make sure that she was all settled in. I think it was more just so her mother could make sure she was all settled in and well looked after, but we had a lovely vacation. So that is my memory of this cake. So I hope that you will create some beautiful memories enjoying this same dessert, hopefully one day, on the grounds of Buckingham Palace. So I've got my cake, it's cooled. While I'm just getting things prepped to assemble, we're gonna make some fresh whipped cream. I think you'll find that there's a common thread between a lot of European desserts. One, it's always using really good quality ingredients. You're not going to find a lot of artificial flavors or ingredients. Whipping cream, heavy cream is very common. I think you'll find that I put this stuff on everything. So we don't need a full liter. So I'm just gonna kind of pour maybe about 3/4 of this. It's only a single layer cake, not that you can't have too much whipped cream. Again, if you're not used to making whipping cream and you wonder how to get that nice consistency, I always sweeten it with a little bit of icing sugar or confectioner sugar, which is that really nice fine sugar. It does have a little bit of cornstarch in it. So again, that's what's going to kind of hold the body of the whipped cream, especially if you're trying to make this dessert the day before. Whipping cream will break down after a day or so. So you really want to make sure that you whip it to the right peaks and, you know, help it hold its body by having that little bit of cornstarch that's in the sugar. So I'm going to put about a tablespoon in there. This isn't an overly sweet cake, so it can really take a little bit of sweetening in the whipping cream. So you always want to just start off a little bit slow, so it's not splattering all over you. I'm going to give that sugar a little bit of a push so it starts to incorporate. And of course, you always are scraping down the sides of your bowl when and if possible. Make sure everything's incorporated. Let's get this up to... I love all the settings on this mixer because, you know, it really, if you are a new baker or an uncertain baker, it actually tells you when you're beating, when you're whipping, when you're creaming something, as opposed to just kind of a 1, 2, 3 to maybe 5 speeds. Really is very nice. So I'll start with my strawberries. I've washed my strawberries ahead of time, so while the cake was in the oven, because you don't want wet strawberries while you're layering it in your cake. It's just, everything's just gonna kind of go mushy. So I'm just gonna get some strawberries because we're gonna wanna put some between the layers of the cake, and then on the top, if you want, you can leave them with the leaves on the top of the cake. That's totally fine, it's your preference. You can dice them, you can slice them, you can do it however you want. You can see that it's just, you know, all starting to come together. And we're almost at that, you know, kind of stiff peak stage. I'm just going to continue to scrape that just a little bit. So while that's continuing, I have this beautiful cake plate. I just love this. It was a wedding gift from friends of ours. It is an antique. So I think that will just, you know, be a beautiful setting for this gorgeous cake. Need my knife back. So when you put your cake in, obviously you've got the parchment paper underneath. And we're just gonna flip that over. Get rid of that. So the parchment paper came right off, which is nice. It's still just in the pan. And then I'm gonna flip it over. I'm gonna grab my knife. Put our cake up here. So you can do this 2 ways. You can keep it as a whole cake, you know, which will look very regal with whipped cream and berries on the top. Or you can slice it in half and make it more like a sandwich cake. To me, that's the more traditional way of doing it. This is almost done. So I'm gonna slice it. A lot of people are, again, nervous about slicing a cake. Again, unless the queen is coming over, you don't have to worry about it being, you know, exactly perfect. But you just gauge it. So you just cut it. You can turn your plate a little bit if you need to. Just go slowly. See how, look at that beautiful yellow cake inside. Just fit perfect for a queen. It's just about done.
Think it's okay to drive high? Think again. Drug-impaired driving is as illegal as drunk driving, and in Ontario, the penalties are the same. If police suspect you're driving under the influence of drugs of any kind, or a combination of drugs and alcohol, and you fail a roadside test, your license will be suspended immediately for up to 30 days. You'll pay a penalty of $198. And you can be charged with a criminal offense of impaired driving, the same as alcohol. Driving high is never okay.
I thought it was supposed to be socially acceptable these days for kids to experiment.
Do you really think he's into you?
Whoa! Come on! What's going on? Did you say anything to her at all? It's Pretty Woman, but she's Richard Gere and you're Julia Roberts.
We did almost just die.
We actually did almost die. We need to move you.
Thank you, Agent M.
Join Nadia Matos for Crime Stoppers, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Rogers TV. Thursday, Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
Wow, that's quiet. When I get home from work and there's no whirls of ovens going and beaters going, I forget how quiet it is. And there we go. So we have our beautiful whipped cream. Yep. So I also have some jam. If you don't have fresh strawberries or you're making this cake when it's not strawberry season, you don't have to put berries in it. But I also like to put a little bit of jam. It does keep the cake really nice and moist. It just intensifies the flavor. I have just warmed this up a little bit. You don't want it hot, you don't want to boil it, but I just warmed it in the microwave for a few seconds. Just also helps it to spread. Use just a nice quality jam. You know, you can use it with, you know, chunks of strawberries in it if you want, doesn't really matter. You can use a seedless. Oh, there's nothing like the smell, I was just saying this, the smell of strawberry jam. I don't know if you ever made strawberry jam, but your house will never smell yummier. That sweet, sticky smell. Just permeates. There we go. So we've got our jam in there. And then let's layer this with a little bit of whipped cream. Fresh. So you can just, you don't have to have a fancy spatula or anything like that. You don't have to be a cake decorator. This, again, it's a very rustic cake. It can be definitely more regal, depending on how you want to decorate it. Of course, you know, the ones at Buckingham Palace were a little fancier than than this, made in my kitchen. But ultimately, the flavors are going to be the same. There we go. So let's get our strawberries. And this is where I do like to get a little more decorative. I like to put the tips of the strawberries coming out around the edges. Just makes for a much prettier design. These are nice strawberries. These are, I think these are Florida, because it's not strawberry season in Canada right now. I find the fruits all year round now are just as beautiful. Well, nothing beats a nice fresh Ontario strawberry, let's face it, but you can get some really nice juicy fruit. It used to seem that, you know, fruit was always kind of flavorless during the off seasons, but not so much now. And again, with this cake, it's a simple recipe. You can switch this up however you want. If you want a little bit of extra flavoring, you want to add some lemon or orange zest to the actual cake batter itself, you can. You could even incorporate a little bit into the cream. You can even brush your cake with a little bit of liqueur if you want. You know, it depends on who you're serving this to. Now, when I'm making a sandwich cake, I do like, you don't have to, but I like to bind it together. I like to put just a little bit of extra whipped cream, just gently over top. Just helps to hold the top layer of cake on as you're cutting it. Because when it's kind of an open type cake, you're not icing the sides of it, it's not bound together with buttercream like a traditional birthday cake. Then of course you want to make sure it's not sliding all over while you're cutting it. So then you're just going to put your beautiful little lid on there. Look how pretty that looks with the layer of jam, the whipped cream, and your strawberries. It's so pretty. So I've got a lot of spoons going on here. So just going to put some more whipped cream on the top. Another thing you can do is if you really want to get fancy, you can turn your whipped cream into a white chocolate mousse. So all you have to do is take a little bit of white chocolate, probably about 4 ounces, and a little bit of your whipped cream, and you can just slowly melt that in the microwave. You can certainly do it in a double boiler if you want to, but you're just really making kind of a ganache. So it's about, if you're doing 4 squares of white chocolate, you do about 2 ounces of the whipped cream. Just melt it enough so that you can see that it's starting to melt, and then stir it. Let that cool just a little bit, and then incorporate it into your whipping cream as you're whipping it. And it will just be beautiful. You can make a nice white chocolate mousse. So I'm just gonna finish that up. Gonna add a few beautiful strawberries to the top. I like to have the little green tops on it. I think it just makes it look like a little crown. There are some big strawberries here. I don't know what they're doing in Florida. There you go. So this is our beautiful Victoria sponge and strawberry cake. I certainly hope that you will take some time to indulge and treat yourself. Thank you for joining me on Sweet Occasions, our Sweet Escapes edition. We will see you again next time.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st.
Find out what's trending. Join me, Aliyah Ali, as I explore Waterloo region and beyond, looking for trendy ideas. #Trending, Thursdays at 7 p.m., only on Rogers TV.
Grab a coffee and join Natasha McKenty for In Studio.
Love having you here because there's so much to learn.
Right here? Good.
Find out what's happening from cooking.
But I think you want a kick. I would eat guacamole every day of my life.
I'll smell that.
To music.
Well, it's possible with the support from the community.
And everything else in between.
So we've eliminated
we have
a
options.
step.
In studio on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
This is our third episode of our Arts and Culture series.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Last week, you had a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I was away.
I missed you, but it was great.
Thank you, shucks.
Thank you, shucks.
Just throwing it all in there. Today we're joined by David and Marcia. Thank you both very much for being here.
Yeah.
We're talking about art and culture and what it means to us and how it is kind of throughout life and our day-to-day. Dave, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do with your illustrations and your graphic design as well?
Yeah, totally. I am a illustrator and a graphic designer, and I do fine art as well, and also just web design and all sorts of little, whatever creative thing comes my way, I throw myself into that.
What is fine art?
Fine art, just painting, gallery shows, drawing, anything that's not where you don't make money from it.
All right.
That'd be considered more like traditional styles of art, right? Yeah. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your style? And I know, like, recently you did like the 30-day challenge. And I was seeing all of the little drawings that you were doing, and like, what's that like coming up with? Like, they gave you a topic?
Yeah. So during October, I took part in what's known as the Inktober challenge, where illustrators and artists are tasked with this challenge of every day coming up with an ink drawing based on a theme. And millions of people around the world, it seems like, take part in this and share what they come up with. So it pushes you into some really interesting places to have to create something on a daily basis and then also share it with the world. So you have to get past your hang-ups over whether you think it's good enough or not, and just throw it out there. And it's just a really good way to stretch yourself creatively.
And I think that's something that we want to talk about later in the show, is just how artists tend to be their own worst critics, and putting themselves out there in that way can be really, really tough. And sometimes it's about just, you have to put something out there to start, and then you're able to continue to work on it from there. But sometimes it just needs to be done, and you can move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
And also, we had a shout out. Lucas Toogood says he thinks you're awesome. So he wanted me to tell you that.
Lucas vacillates between I'm awesome and he hates me.
Yeah.
and I adore him for both.
How would he hate you? Come on, give me some good stories.
He says he hates me for being talented.
More talented than him? Probably. We won't tell him.
We won't tell him. Yeah. Thank you for being here. And Marcia, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do as well?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I do a number of things, some of which are also graphic design and stuff. I have to make some money, right? So that's where I found it funny that you said, because fine arts isn't generally known to make money. It is now more contemporarily speaking, easier to make a little bit more money than in antiquity. However, so I paint, draw, mix media. I do a lot of teaching of fine arts as well. So, and the fine arts, I guess, is typically described as analog, hands-on, technical skill in drawing, painting, advanced techniques, right? So.
Okay, cool.
But it also includes music.
Yeah.
So it's all the disciplinaries of arts in a sort of extensive study, I guess. But so I've been I guess you could say, a professional artist since 1997, and I teach, and I'm just opening a new business called Circle by Hand in Brantford, and I'll be teaching fine arts. And the youth classes will also include not only fine arts, but design, animation, claymation, So we're really getting hands-on from ground roots fundamentals, learning really how to technically draw and do a storyboard and then move that into design as well.
Amazing.
Yeah, so they have some real skills building, advanced skills building coming out of this, and they can go into a trade that that includes all of that. So
that's awesome. What's that like working with kids or students in general and teaching them art?
Exciting.
Yeah.
It's super exciting. They are so highly energized and creative, and it really informs your own work as an artist because, believe it or not, they come up with ideas that you never thought of even though you were doing art for, I don't know how long, 20 years. Never thought of a way of thinking it. So they have a fresh new perspective that's exciting. Yeah, so, yeah.
It's like millennials in business, a fresh perspective.
Yeah.
Wow. The claymation, would that be something like the movie Caroline or The Nightmare Before Christmas?
Yes. So, I mean, I don't have quite the production behind us, at least not at this point. But yes, so you're developing your characters, you're doing a story development, you're doing storyboard development, you're drawing it out, you're painting it out. But the exciting thing about this too, it is, so the classes that I'll be teaching are more set around the idea of a school, right? So they run from December to May and then June to November. I had to work that out, sorry. So the end of November, right? So it's sort of like a long semester. So they do extensive projects and they're highly processed, so there's a lot of process behind them. Which is great though, because they have an investment, they have an emotional investment, they have a psychological, mental investment in what they're doing. But the most exciting part about this is the collaboration that happens, the friendships that form, the collaboration. And now, because students, particularly young age, children and youth, are so much behind screens, they're isolated. So it's so amazing to get them out and not be that isolated anymore, but yet still working on technical things that they're very excited about.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
People want to find out how to get in touch with you. How do they do that?
Yeah, so circlebyhand.com.
Yep.
It has all the information there. Also, phone number, 519-761-7347, or Facebook as well. So we have a Facebook page too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we want to talk about next. I think it'd be cool is talking about what the internet has done for artists as well, as far as getting their work out there, which is really cool. And David, what's your website?
My website is whateveryouart.com. So like whatever you do, my focus is on everything you do it to the best of your ability and do it with goodness in mind. So I took that, whatever you do, and
we were going to pick that up after the break. Sorry about that. We'll be right back.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Thursday. Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
This is the fight that settles it all.
I think he's a good fighter. I just don't think he's good enough to beat me.
Lots changed. I'm walking out with the belt wrapped on my waist, no question.
What a fantastic stylistic matchup, ladies and gentlemen. This is an amazing fight.
Two of the best middleweights in the world.
One punch knockout power.
What an amazing night of fights.
Safety tips with John Percy.
In an emergency, if you see us, the paramedics or police coming with lights and sirens, it's the law to pull over to the right and stop. It could save someone's life. Most fires occur in the home, not in the workplace. Please remember to have a home fire escape plan. It's like having a fire drill at school. You always want to have two ways out in case the first exit is blocked by smoke and fire. Please have a fire escape plan. Practice it with your loved ones. When you're cooking in the kitchen, please don't be under the influence of alcohol, any substances. It could impair your judgment. Please don't take anything when you're cooking. You need to stay alert, stay in the kitchen to prevent kitchen fires. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Welcome back. We're back. We're back. Thank you. I had some slight technical difficulties in my ear. It kept on popping out. But I think we're good now. So before the break, and then I rudely cut you off. David, can you please share how people can reach out to you and find your art?
Yeah, so my kind of handle online is Whatever You Art. My website is whateveryouart.com. So I'm on Instagram as that, Facebook as that. And I don't know if did we catch it? But it kind of encapsulates my kind of idea of how I want to approach my artwork is whatever I'm doing, whatever I'm creating, I want it to be to the best of my ability and also putting goodness into the world. So whatever that might be, I want that to be the way it's done.
Right. I like it. That's awesome. Yeah. We have some interaction going on the feed.
Yeah, I can't read them all though.
You can't?
No.
No, you can't read them all?
Rogers would not like that.
Okay, fair enough. Lucas says because he's utterly brilliant.
Yeah, he did call you brilliant.
Yeah, he did call you brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah. The rest wasn't directed at you. It was directed in a different direction. Yeah. We kind of touched on a little bit about it, but what has like having the internet available for yourself personally and maybe artists in generally, like just to be able to promote and show?
Well, and it's the promotion, right? So you can be self-promoted, and if you're great at marketing at the same time, it's exceptional.
Yeah.
Like it's incredible for you. In fact, I read, and I kind of chuckled when I read it. So sorry to anybody who, but I did. I saw something like artists Facebook group called Artists Who Can Sell Work Now or something like that. That was the name of the Facebook group, and I was just like, hey, I'm joining. I'm in. Yeah. I'm in. Yeah. So I mean, I think it's and it's international. So automatically you could, if you knew how to do it, get international recognition. Right. Yeah. So it's very, very different. But also it's great for teaching.
Yeah.
Right, because you have access to so much more information than. Yeah, so it's exciting, and right on the spot, you can think on the spot while you're teaching and have that access immediate to you. Yeah, so it's not like something like, well, next class, I'll get that for you.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. So, everything's right there.
Right.
Yeah. And David, how has the internet kind of helped you? I mean, Inktober, going through that and posting all of your different drawings is huge. But how has the internet affected your career in art?
Well, often when you're creating, it's a very lonely endeavor, and you're kind of in this box, not knowing whether or not what you're creating is good, if people are going to like it. So there's a way to get kind of instant feedback on your work, which is great, and you're not creating alone. You see what other artists are doing, and you get to give them feedback and encouragement. But it also can be really terrifying because you're always confronted with somebody who's better than you, someone who makes you feel like, why am I even bothering going forward? So there's those moments of like, there's just too much coming at you sometimes as well, and it can make you doubt yourself. So it's trying to find a balance between those two is really important. I find a lot of my work, a lot of my clientele comes through online sources now, which is very different. When I graduated from school, I went to Sheridan College for illustration, and back then, that was 2003. A lot of the instruction was stay away from social media because it's a big waste of time. Nothing good will come of it. It'll just suck away all your time, which is true. Yeah. But now it also is a source of income, which was really unthinkable back then.
Yeah. And I think you kind of hinted at it there. It's also a source for constructive criticism too. I mean, I'm sure there's the negative side of that, but to be able to have a peer group or a Facebook group where you can put work in progress in there and kind of showcase to eliminate that loneliness that you may feel when you're painting or you're drawing or you're creating. I forget where I was going with that.
No, just keep going.
Just keep going. Just keep rambling. Okay, fair enough.
Can you take us through the process? You wake up, you have a coffee. How do you get creative? How do you just sit down and make yourself be creative?
That was my question.
You're like
Go
looking
for
at me
it,
to answer. I think you're so in deep with your practice that it's just who you are. So it's not a matter of, I got to turn my brain on. It's a matter of I get up, just like anybody would, go to work and do, look at a computer and do whatever, their marketing analysis or something like that. And plus, if you're that deep in your practice, even when it's a tough day, it's still okay, and you can pull from a visual index or whatever you need to do to get through it. I mean, hopefully your juices are just flowing, right? Like your creativity is constantly flowing, and it's because you've practiced so much.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've been doing what you love for a while, the more you do it, the more there is just kind of building up inside of you. And so to just sit down and create, it's like there's so much you have to kind of filter. Okay, what is actually going to come out of me today?
Right.
You don't really often have to sit there and search for what's the next creation. It's just all inside of there.
Yeah.
And I think
just trusting yourself. Sorry.
Sometimes it's hard to refine the ideas because you have so many coming at so much, so quickly.
Right.
So sometimes you have to pull back and say, okay, I'm going to take this one idea and I'm going to work on this one idea, and I'm going to do 75 versions of this one idea and then see where it goes from there. So if you're good at doing that, you'll be great at just managing the creativity and the process, the flow of the process.
Is there a difference between, like, in the creative process between, like, creating just for the sake of creating and for your own personal art, and then also for like clients?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think clients, sometimes I personally find it difficult for clients sometimes because I'm trying to envision what they're seeing, what they want, their objectives, right? There's a lot of criteria around what they want versus what might naturally, innately come from me. And sometimes marrying those two and figuring out what the end result is difficult for me because I can only come from my perspective, right? Sometimes why I find, my husband will say, you need to be doing more, commissions and stuff, or more of one thing that people love, and that's very difficult for me because I've already moved past that and I'm on to something else. So envisioning that again it's hard for me to grasp that. Yeah.
There's a hope that when a client or someone comes to you wanting some creation, that they have seen what you've done and are going to then let you draw from what you're familiar with and what naturally comes out of you. But that's not always the case. Sometimes someone you're the creative person they know, and they want you to bring about what's inside their head, not necessarily what you.
And when we get back, we're going to talk more about the creative process. Enjoy the break.
Wednesday.
Don't peel your potatoes. That's where all the potassium is.
Food personality Teresa Albert serves up a garden fresh, healthy breakfast. Breakfast at Rosehurst on Rogers TV. Join Nadia Matos for Crime Stoppers, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Tooth Fairy? No, my dear, I'm the Pill Fairy. There's a Pill Fairy? Well, obviously you need one. What's this? Those are for my back. Well, you seem fine now. Let's just get rid of any dangerous leftovers, huh? Think about our fishy friends, huh? Ooh, I gotta go. I'm just gonna bring these back to the drugstore. Just don't make me come back.
The Pill Fairy doesn't exist. Return your meds to the drugstore.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Are you a new Canadian to Canada? If you are, welcome to the region of Waterloo. Please remember 911 is the phone number for emergencies for fire, police, and paramedics. Call 911 for emergencies only. Here in the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, one of the leading causes of fires in the home is smoking. Please smoke outside. It could save your life. Do you use candles in your home? If you do, when you leave the room, blow out. Instead of using real candles, we recommend that you use flameless candles so there's no fire hazard. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Welcome back to Think Millennial. We are joined by David.
You
and
interrupted us.
Yeah, I know. You were showing stuff on there, talking about Jackson Pollock. Before the break, we were talking about the creative process, and I'm curious to know, is there a favorite part of the creative process that you have? David, do you prefer the beginning when ideas are kind of flowing? Do you like to see the end when people are talking and you're able to show it?
Oh man. When it all works, I love the whole thing. The act of creating is just intoxicating. Moving my hand across a page and making something happen. I'm a dreamer. I'm an idealist as a person. So that the beginning stages and diving into something is just fascinating. Finishing something used to be a real problem, but I find the more and more that I create, the more I'm trusting myself. I love that part of the process too. So,
yeah, knowing when to stop.
Knowing when to stop is so big.
Yeah.
and it's very satisfying when you feel like you did it properly.
That's good. Marcia, do you have a...
I think for me, it's that aha moment when I feel like it's going to be a success, right? Whatever that means.
Right.
Success, whatever, is different for everybody. But for me, it's sort of like I see the moment where I'm going to technically get this right. Conceptually, it's going to make sense. I'm excited about these materials. And I think people are going to really respond well to it. Yeah. And then also for me is, past that point, is it's exciting to share it, right? Because I'm getting now to the point in my artwork where prior to this, I used to love just being in my studio, and I could stay in there quite literally for days and days and days without coming out. Like, it's too bad I had to eat, like, you know. But now I'm not so much that. I want to share it. I want to. I want to feel like I contributed somehow to some other creative learning, and that's where the whole teaching thing is coming in, right? Like, I just really, I don't know, I just need to, and so then there's that part of the process that I'm excited about too. So getting the aha moment, and then also sharing with other creators, small to, young to old.
Right. That's good. You had mentioned that you had some events coming up.
Yes, so Circle by Hand is co-hosting with, let me get the name right, Natural Path Fitness and Nutrition.
Okay.
So that's at the Artisans Village, 111 Sherwood, Unit 6. On December 1st, it's a breakfast with Santa. So breakfast starts at 9:30 and Santa arrives at 10:15, and then there's our favorite magical little reindeer is going to show up too for a guest appearance. And what else is happening? Ashley's Bouncy Castle.
Yeah.
So there's lots. I'm going to be doing some painting events, and then there's going to be little souvenirs or mementos that that kids and families can take home.
Yep.
What else is happening? Story time. See, a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot
That's
to fit
amazing.
in because,
Great.
and it's only on until 11:30. So there's a lot to fit in the 2 hours. So don't miss Santa. 10:15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how can people, if people are just joining in now,
they can go on site at Naturopath Fitness and Nutrition.
Yeah.
It's hard. I'm sorry. It's not.
Yeah.
And they could also go on the Facebook page and find out either on my website or on the Naturopath and whatever. There's an email or whatever for email transfers.
Awesome.
But you do have to pay in advance.
Okay.
So that so we know how much food to have. And,
Awesome. And we can take that into the feed here too. So if people are watching online, they'll be able to connect right in.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that'd be great.
Thank you. And David?
Thank you.
Do Do you have some upcoming events?
Yeah, part of when we're talking about letting people share in the process of creating, over the past year I've been a part of this thing called Art Battle, where there's 12 artists painting in the middle of a room of onlookers, and then people vote on their favorite, and it's just a really cool way to make the creative process come alive for people. So I'm going to be painting in a few of those. So tomorrow night I'll be in Cambridge at, I believe it's the Cambridge Center of the Arts, painting in support of a charity called Hope Story. So there's a live painting competition tomorrow night there, and then next Friday night in Fort Erie I'm going to be painting at an art battle at the Sanctuary. I'm not sure where that is exactly, but that'll be really fun.
Yeah, awesome. Well, we'll make sure that we can, if you can send us those details after, we can get them tagged in there too.
For sure.
What's that like, being in like the art battle and people are watching you as you're creating? Does that add stress, or is that exciting?
It's terrifying, and it's such an energizing thing. It makes you create in a different way, and trust yourself, and not be too concerned about, did I make a mistake there? Just working with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it works. You have a certain set amount of time.
20 minutes.
20 minutes to do a painting, and then there's multiple rounds, right? Because I know they've held it in Brantford a few times.
Yeah, Brantford holds one every 2 or 3 months, and that's really fun. Yeah, so you have 20 minutes, and the top 2 from each round get voted on to go to the next round, the final round, and then this is across Canada. It's actually across the whole world. Winners move on to the next level. Eventually, you paint in the Canada National Championship, and it's a lot of fun.
It's very confusing to me how you could have a competition like that, because painting is so personal, and and then judging it would be very subjective. Like, how do you actually judge that?
It's completely subjective, and it's fun because every single time that we do it, each painting is completely different. 12 people have the same amount of time, same materials, and it's never the same, and it's totally up in the air about who is voted the best. But it's fun to interact with all the people that come, all the artists that come, and
that's cool.
Build that community.
And the paintings then get auctioned off. Is that right?
Yeah, and people can go home with their favorites.
Yeah. That's really cool.
It's really fun.
That's amazing.
You gotta just Jackson Pollock one of them. Just for just throwing it. Everybody's gonna stop and they'll be like, "What is he doing?"
Yeah. I painted the guy beside me last time I was at one.
Instant subject matter.
Yeah, and then he actually ended up going home with it because he loved it so much. It was fun.
That's amazing. Did you tell him what he was that you were gonna do?
No, I came up with the idea on the spot.
At some point, is that like a distraction method? Yeah.
Yeah, the painter on the other side of me was flinging red paint at me as he was
every
I was covered.
That's awesome.
Thank you both very much for joining us. We'll be back with James and Abby. But again, thank you both for joining us, and we'll get all of your information in our feed. And with that, we go to break. Thank you.
August 31st, we return to where it all began. It's the most anticipated night of 2019. Moxley versus Omega. Hangman versus Jericho. Who will be the first to raise the AEW World Championship? All Elite Wrestling presents All Out Live. Saturday, August 31st at 8 p.m. Eastern. Only on pay-per-view.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Fire Prevention Week 2018, this year's theme, look listen, and learn. Look, make sure you check to see if there's any smoke or fire hazards in your home. Listen for working smoke alarms in case of a fire, and learn 2 ways out of your home or your apartment in case there is an emergency. Matches and lighters are for adults. They're not toys for little ones. If you have children around, please keep them up high so they can't touch them. They could start a fire. The holiday season is almost upon us. Unattended cooking is the leading cause of fires in the home all year round, especially during the holidays. Make sure you stay in the kitchen when you're cooking. If you're using holiday lights, make sure they're not damaged. If they are, replace them. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Welcome back to Think Millennial. Take it away. What do you have to say? Welcome back. We're joined now by James and Abby.
Hi.
Both, thank you very much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
We're here to talk.
Wow.
You're both very festive, too. Very festive.
You guys get engaged and all of a sudden you just talk like you're one?
We are one.
We are one, yes, exactly.
Wow.
We're jabby now.
Jabby.
Wow. I'm going to walk
That was
in a minute.
quick. That was quick. We talked about this
I
before.
can't handle this.
Santa Claus Parade.
Yes.
Yes,
So it's this weekend, right?
it is on Saturday the 24th,
Awesome.
starting at 6 o'clock at Stanley and Dalhousie, right near the McDonald's there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who's doing the judging?
Who is doing the judging?
they're secret judges.
See, so we can't
I wonder.
We can't
Because
sleep.
the first time we went in there, we need to talk to those judges because they got ripped off. We absolutely had the best float. Absolutely, hands
Well-
down. My mom told me.
Well, I mean, Mom's maybe a little bit biased or something.
I don't think she's biased. She's a very honest lady.
Straight shooting.
Straight shooting.
Yeah.
So when should people start lining up? Because I know the streets get really busy.
They do get really busy.
Yeah.
So if you want to get there early, that's probably the best thing to do. Probably if you want to start getting there around 5, maybe 5:30
Awesome.
at the latest. It probably will already be packed by then. We are going to start calling floats at 5:30.
Yep.
So basically at 5:30, floats will already start to be moving. So maybe if you want to get there even at 4:30, no one's gonna judge you.
Explore the downtown. There's a lot of really good businesses there.
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
We usually expect about 20,000 people to come out into attendance. So you can
That's
imagine
amazing.
you can imagine the length between the McDonald's and Harmony Square isn't that big when you think about 20,000 people. So the streets do fill up pretty fast. So
And parking is very limited.
Yeah.
So
if
you
you
might
wanna
have
get
to
a good
do
spot.
some walking.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And there's a few different coffee shops within that area, so you can put a little bit of coffee in your Baileys.
There is,
Yeah.
there is, but we won't say anything about the Bailey. That's the Christmas cheer.
I know a lot of work goes into the floats.
Yes.
Do you want to share a little bit about, like, just some people must start like super early in the season to put their float together?
Yeah. So we open.
We open the registrations usually around the end of the summer.
Yeah.
And then we
I think
close them.
we started them in September.
Yeah.
So those who usually
Keeners.
Yeah, the early birds.
the early birds usually have bigger floats and some people go all out, and I really like that. I want to see the all outs with all the lights.
It was kind of like MNG, you know, they went kind of all out that one
A few
year,
years
but
ago, there was a really nice float, though, and it had a volcano, and it was really cool. That float should have won.
They were like Hawaiian themed or something like that.
Yeah.
It was like Christmas in Hawaii, I think was the theme.
Yeah, exactly. They nailed it.
Yeah, the judges just, they weren't sure about those guys and girls. But no, like people do. There's a lot of really cool creative individuals and groups that do go all out. And
That's amazing.
It's really exciting to come out and see what people put together for
And
for
the
the
fun
parade.
thing is that sometimes they always try and match it to what their business is or what their organization is, which is, I think, is a fun twist on things too.
Neat to see how they kind of make those connections.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Yeah. And it's in support of the food bank.
It is in support of the food bank. So we will be accepting perishable foods.
Non-perishable foods.
Yes, sir, non-perishable foods.
All of your rotten veggies, please bring them.
Bring it on, especially romaine lettuce. Anyway, just bring it to us. No.
Yes, the non-perishable food donations we will be accepting, as long with any money donations you wish to donate as well.
Yep. So we will have people out there doing the money buggies.
Yeah.
They walk around, they collect money, and along with them, they will be able to tell you if they're collecting the food donations or if there's going to be carts coming in behind them. So
that's awesome.
Bring them on out and try and fight your way up to the front to giving your food and money.
Take my food.
Yeah. What goes into putting together the Santa Claus parade?
So I started doing some Santa Claus parade work January of last year.
Yeah.
And
this year. The beginning of the year.
Oh yeah, yes, the beginning of this year, yeah. So, and it's just small things at the beginning, and then once you get closer to the summer, it's a lot of contacting bands and contacting the city and contacting just your sponsors and trying to lock down all your sponsorships that we try and get. And then it's trying to figure out. A lot more work becomes weekly when we're getting closer to the parade, and now it's just daily.
Right.
So.
At the crunch time, the email just doesn't stop.
Yeah. Or the phone.
Calls,
Or the phone.
It's nonstop, and we're lucky that we have a system out there that allows a bunch of us to be able to receive the phone calls and the emails. So it's not just one person that's getting bombarded, and they're just like, stop calling me. No. So it's nice that we are able to kind of divvy it up a little bit, and if somebody's busy, somebody else, we know that they're able to get the phone calls and the emails. And this time of year, it's absolutely a madhouse with all the entries and such, trying to find out last minute details.
And volunteers.
Right. Yep. If volunteers, can people still volunteer?
100%.
Yes.
100%.
We will always take volunteers.
What kind of position?
I was just going to say, anybody that's interested in being a volunteer, just go to the Brantford Santa Claus Parade.ca to our Santa Claus Parade website, and there is a button on there where they can go down, they click it, become a volunteer, and they can fire off an email to us.
And we've got
fire up that email.
We got about 90 seconds, less now. What kind of positions are open? Like, what would volunteers be doing?
They could marshal, which is one of the most important parts in the parade. They keep floats in line. They keep pedestrians not in the way of the floats.
Nobody gets ran over on their walk.
No one gets run over. They also help when the floats actually do start coming in. They help place the floats right in the right position. Another thing volunteers could do is sometimes we have them carry banners.
Got banner carriers, clean up at the end of the parade, and at the very beginning, helping with the staking to make sure we've got the lineup and everybody in order.
Right.
Yeah.
Maintaining order. I remember coming around the one corner right out front of McDonald's was just a madhouse.
Oh,
that corner area was just
that's where all the bands and the cadets are.
When we get back, we're almost about to head to break, but we're going to talk about the after party that's going to happen in Harmony Square. And then we'll also talk about the just kind of favorite memories from the parade. Are you guys
going to be getting married in Harmony Square?
We'll be right back after the break.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st. Thursday. Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
At St. John Ambulance, we're all about community. We teach life-saving skills and provide community support through our volunteer services. All St. John Ambulance product sales and training registrations support these important services. Volunteer, donate, or enroll in a program today so we can continue to have an impact on our community. Visit sja.ca to learn more. At St. John Ambulance, we do more than save lives, we change lives.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Do you use candles in your home? If you do, when you leave the room, blow out. Instead of using real candles, we recommend that you use flameless candles so there's no fire hazard. Here in the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, one of the leading causes of fires in the home is smoking. Please smoke outside. It could save your life. In the province of Ontario, it's mandatory to have working smoke alarms on every single level of your home and outside all sleeping areas. Regardless if they're battery operated or electrical style, please make sure you test them once a month, change the batteries once a year, check the expiry date. They typically expire after 10 years. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Welcome back to Think Millennial. I always love the breaks. It's good. It's a magical time, much like Christmas. See what I did there?
Yeah, I did.
I tied it in.
Right to the Christmas parade.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about Christmas. Santa Claus Parade. Do you want to tell us a little bit about who's running the parade? JCI?
Yes.
Right?
JCI is
So
running the
JCI Brantford, originally known as the JCs.
Yeah.
We're a global organization with ties to the United Nations, and we're a membership organization that gets involved in the community. We throw our event here in Brantford is the Santa Claus Parade, but then we also take a lot of other initiatives, and our big thing is empowering youth between the ages of 19 and 40. So anybody between those ages can join JCI, and they can run their own activity, or they can just learn some life skills.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very cool. And you also had a message, a PSA about hanging Christmas lights.
That's right. So actually, we're really proud to announce that Brantford Power is the head sponsor of the Brantford Santa Claus Parade again this year.
Yep.
And they're very excited to be doing it. And they did want to give out a little bit of a PSA telling people to be careful of overhead wires when hanging their Christmas lights, because that doesn't say Merry Christmas. No. So we're really happy to have them on board again as the head sponsors.
Yeah. Awesome. And every year there's a theme.
There is.
What is this year's theme?
This year it's Cinematic Christmas.
Okay.
So any of your favorite Christmas stories, favorite Christmas movie, I want to see it in a float.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off would be perfect.
Is that a Christmas movie?
I don't think that's a Christmas movie.
He does it during Christmas.
A Christmas movie?
I guess he does.
I don't think Christmas movies. When I think Christmas movies, I don't think during Christmas time.
How about Die Hard?
No, Die Hard is definitely not a Christmas movie.
Oh, here we go.
She's the worst judge.
Here we go.
She's probably the one that didn't vote for us.
Wasn't even here.
Yeah. So I want to see. I'm hoping to see Grinch. I'm hoping to see Elf. If I don't see Rudolph, I'll be disappointed.
But my all-time favorite movie, that's got to be the Griswolds.
Yeah.
Ooh, Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
Something's full.
Something's full.
That's right.
Way to walk the line there.
Yeah.
Right on.
Cousin Eddie. He's a treasure.
We've already watched it.
That's right.
Well done.
Yep.
2 more times to go.
Perfect.
So people can expect Christmas movies.
Yes.
What's your favorite Christmas movie?
Oh no. Okay, so my favorite Christmas movie, my all-time favorite one, is A Year Without a Santa Claus.
Okay.
Because I love Heat Miser.
Oh yes, yeah.
But
Cool Miser.
again, I love Elf.
Just don't watch it with her. She just recites the entire movie.
I know the
word
entire
for word.
movie by line. By line.
Yeah.
Oh, I also really like the original Rudolph with the snow monster and the blizzard and the elf who wants to be a dentist.
Yeah.
Hermie. Yeah.
Hermie.
Yeah.
He
Hermie's
doesn't like
favorite
to
elf.
make toys.
That's right.
Yeah.
For all the little girls and boys.
And James, you already told us. You shared us.
Christmas
Matt,
Vacation.
What's your favorite Christmas movie? Is it Ferris Bueller?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah. It's gotta be Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
It's just a classic.
It's not Christmas without it.
That's exactly. Yeah.
I think mine's Elf.
Eggnog.
Elf?
Elf?
Yeah, I think mine's Elf. It's one of my,
You know, it's amazing because when you think about Christmas movies, right, and you think about the classics, everybody goes back to the ones that were made like pre-90s.
Mhm.
And then Elf is just one of those ones that came out in the 2000s, and it's just like, this is just like an instant classic, right?
Just floats.
Yeah, it's just one of the best modern day Christmas movies.
They just did a really good job with it.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
like the best one-liners in it. Like,
Yeah.
what are the elves? What's your favorite color? Like, who doesn't love that?
Just brings a smile to your face.
Also, we encourage Christmas music on your floats.
Yeah.
More lights, the better.
Yeah.
We see like a light up person. Like, I think that would be the goal.
Mm-hmm. So that's
Just
the
a person
pinnacle.
in like
Fire suit.
an LED suit. That would be cool.
What should people expect when they go to the parade?
Like in what regards?
In terms of what they're going to see. I mean, they're going to see floats, but
Yep. So they're going to see a wide variety of floats that are decorated by the float owners. You're going to get to see 6 bands that are going to be coming down from all over southwestern Ontario.
And
so
let's
we've
not
got
forget Santa.
Santa.
the most important part is
Yeah.
Santa
How
is
did you
coming
guys
from the
book
North
him?
Pole. You know, he's actually somebody you need to get a hold of really early at the beginning of the year.
That was one of the things I did in January.
Yeah, you pretty much need to give him a year's notice because he's just too busy checking that list.
busy.
Yeah. So
Checking
yes,
it twice.
Santa, you can't top Santa. So that's why Santa comes at the end. So we ask people to come out and see the whole parade, but he is the very last.
And then we don't forget
last
that
person.
Santa goes to Harmony Square after.
right? And there is a party, and I believe it's put on by
It
City
is.
of Brantford.
It is, yes. But Santa and Mrs. Claus will be there.
Ooh.
So
confirmed.
Confirmed.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. So if your kids are coming, don't let them go take a picture with Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Make sure to go and meet him.
That's awesome.
Dress warm.
Oh yeah, dress warm. It's going to be very important.
Yeah, so I guess actually just talking about weather, like I heard that there is talks that it might be raining on Saturday, so it is rain or shine.
Right.
So fingers crossed that the weatherman or weatherwoman isn't correct like always.
Weather person.
Weather person. So hopefully they're wrong about it raining, and we're hoping for just nice weather.
Right.
All
But just
day.
dress warm because it's going to happen no matter what.
It's going to be chilly.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
It goes on when the sun goes down.
Yeah.
So
Makes those lights
Matt's
pop.
just checking the weather now. Can confirm.
4 degrees.
4 degrees. What are we saying for rain?
90%.
90%.
Oh.
There's still that
Sorry.
10%.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just going to be a little bit of rain though.
I'd bet
Just a
against
little
that.
You know, it actually rained the other day when it said 0% chance of rain, so I'm feeling pretty good with those
Yeah,
odds
I
right there.
You had a
like you
bad
should.
day, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Like you couldn't even just say like the oddball, 10%. No, they were sure.
James, do you have a favorite Christmas memory? It tied to the parade, tie it not?
Yeah, so I've actually been involved with the parade the last 3 years. I've been a member of JCI for 3 years now, and actually my very first year, it was I was just starting to become a part of the organization, and I kind of got thrown into the parade, just thrown to the wolves, and I was given one of the money buggy roles. So I went out and I was doing collections, and yeah, it was just doing that. I'd never really been a part of the parade. I'd seen the parade when I was a kid, so it was really cool to actually be in it and going down and getting to walk along all the floats. And it was really cool to be a part of something that big because it is one of, if not the biggest event that goes on in the Brantford region, because with 20,000 plus participants
in one
evening, right? In the span of 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty amazing to be involved with that, and I'm sure you guys know it too when you were in your float just going down the street, just that feeling when you see all the people and they're all cheering and all the kids and the smiles on their faces. It's
right where I needed to be on my pedestal.
That's right. That's right.
Cheer.
That's right.
Matt.
And Ben just gives you a crown.
Yeah, exactly. King of Christmas. Yeah.
King of Christmas.
I'm king of the castle.
When we get back from the break, we'll talk more Christmas favorite memories, and we'll see you right after this break.
I'm looking to buy patio stones.
I've got a herd of cows for sale.
The show where you buy, sell, or trade your new and used goods. Oh, look at me hanging like a prosciutto over here. Hey, it's back. Nice.
Somebody get the door.
Permission to come aboard.
So we're good?
I am the protector of the team. And you know what you're fighting for.
We're going to be the #1 media conglomerate.
Some people don't know how to be rich and still act like a human being. What do you want?
Safety tips with John Percy.
Here in the city of Waterloo, the region of Waterloo in the province of Ontario, the leading cause of injuries in the home is unattended pots on the stove when it comes to fire. If you're under the substance abuse of alcohol or drugs, please do not cook. It's not safe. Stay away from cooking. Have someone else cook for you. Please remember, 911 is the phone number for emergencies, for fire, police, and paramedics. Call 911 for emergencies only. In an emergency, if you see us, the paramedics or police coming with lights and sirens, it's the law to pull over to the right and stop. It could save someone's life. For more information, please give us a call at 519-884-2121. Check us out at waterloo.ca/fire or follow us on Twitter at Waterloo_fire.
Safety tips with John Percy.
Welcome back to Big Millennium. We hope you enjoyed that heritage moment. They were playing basketball, I believe. And we're back. We're talking Christmas. Brantford Santa Claus Parade put on by JCI, sponsored by Brantford Power this Saturday night. You're looking for volunteers. Anybody who wants to, they can come out and enjoy.
Yep.
You've also got another initiative coming up with the JCIs. It's the Christmas trees.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So the Christmas tree lot that we used to do a few years ago, we brought it back last year, and we kind of had a little bit of a partnership with a local business, and this year we've actually partnered with that business again. Christmas Spirit in Brantford up on King George Road, I believe it is. Okay. And we're actually going to be setting up our Christmas tree hut there, and we're going to have a bunch of trees on their lot, and they're actually going to be selling them on our behalf. So it's definitely a really cool place to go check out if you're looking for any Christmas decorations or anything that you need for the holiday season.
That's awesome.
And if you need a live Christmas tree, it's the place to buy them.
The place to go.
Should.
That's it. You should.
And that was down on King George Road, you said?
Yeah, I believe it's up on King George Road, just across from Walmart.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Very cool. Abby, we were talking a little bit about favorite Christmas memories earlier.
Yeah.
What would you say? Do you have like a top one, or do you want to share a couple?
So my dad's family would get together every Christmas Eve with my grandparents and my aunt, uncles, and my cousins, and I just remember there was always 2 trees in my mommy's house. There was one upstairs, which was like the boring, the white, silver,
lights.
the gold with the angel and the glass that we weren't allowed to touch. Yeah. But then the downstairs, it had like every single Disney character you could think of. There was candy on it, and the 1 year everybody just went crazy with the presents, and it was a pile of just presents. And then after all the presents were done, and I was like, I think I was like 6, because I was still in one of those onesie pajamas, and my uncle picked me up and then put me in the garbage bag with all the rest of the garbage, and I thought it was the best thing ever. And I actually fell asleep in the garbage bag with all the tissue paper.
So the bar isn't set too high for you. Just don't put her in a garbage bag.
And you're good to go.
You know what I got to say though, all the good memories and all those good feelings that come with the presents, it's because you get to unwrap them. So what's a better place than the bag full of the wrapping paper? That is where all the Christmas cheer is, right?
And it sounds ridiculous, but it was just we have pictures of it, and my face was just hilarious. Yeah. I just loved it. Yeah. I loved being picked up and put in a garbage bag. This is full of garbage.
No garbage bag.
Last year wasn't bad either.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's good.
I got spoiled last year. There's high expectations this
year.
That's right.
What happened last year?
I set the bar too high last year.
Was that the engagement last year?
No, that was the promise ring.
It was the promise ring, a phone case, winter tires.
Wow.
It took me a year to fill the fill the bank account.
I want to be engaged.
This year I want a puppy.
You want a puppy?
Yeah. A golden doodle, to be exact.
German Shepherd. Don't listen to her.
A real dog.
A real dog. None of this mixed stuff.
James, do you have a favorite Christmas memory?
Favorite Christmas memory? You know what? I don't want to sound cheesy, but I like all the Christmases. Every Christmas. I like the season. It's definitely one of my top 3 favorite holidays. I'm kidding. It's definitely my favorite holiday. It's fun to get together with the family because you don't get to see a lot of your family, especially ones that live far away, and it's nice it's usually the time of year everybody gets together.
Right.
Going back, it was always nice going up to my Oma and Opa's house, and we always did a Christmas Eve. That was always the time we went together with my dad's family, and then just getting to see my cousins and my uncle and aunt up there, and for me it was always nice going up there and getting to have like that traditional German Christmas. That's something I'll never forget. Yeah.
So he needs a German Shepherd.
Just makes sense.
Just bring back memories.
Matt, how about you? Favorite
When
Christmas?
Patty brings in her cookies. So
That's
all season.
excellent.
Yeah.
That's it's fantastic.
Does she have any of those cookies?
No, she's waving a.
What was it, like 12 kilos of flour that she bought?
Yeah.
12?
20 kilograms.
20 kilograms.
Like,
everybody
where do you buy that much? Where do you buy?
She said Costco.
Costco?
Yeah, buy in bulk.
There's going to be lots of treats.
That's it. She can bring it down because we are accepting, food donations, but I think those are perishables.
But you did, right.
I corrected
But
it.
I'm sure Santa will eat them.
Santa does like cookies.
He said enough cookies, I'll have them. Santa's on a diet this year.
What's that? What about you?
Well, for me, I think it's getting together with family.
Yeah.
And just having that time to spend. I'm looking forward to this year. Our Nana and Papa hold Christmas Eve at their house, and I know that's like Matt's favorite thing ever. So everybody, the whole family gathers there for the night and just hangs out, and
we have a lot of cousins that are similar in age, so we all get along really, really well. There's like a dozen of us.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fun.
Yeah. But it's just nice to be able to get together with see like the entire family and spend time with my dad's side and my mom's side, and it's going to be nice.
I have an amazing, inappropriate, ugly Christmas sweater to wear to that night. It's going to be great.
All of my Christmas sweaters have llamas on them.
All
right.
How many Christmas sweaters do you have? Back to you.
I have 3.
Serve.
3. And then I have 3 pairs of leggings to go with each.
And they have llamas on them.
I think one of them does.
One of them does.
Why llamas?
I love llamas. I loved llamas before they were cool, so I just need
just putting that out there.
Out there.
When are they cool?
I think that was my question.
Started liking llamas when I was in grade 6. But now they're like everywhere, so it's kind of good for me. But I was like, I like them.
You started
first.
the trend then.
I did. I'm a trendsetter.
Yeah, I've been in a handful of stores and I see like llama pictures all over the place.
Yes.
It's like just the new big thing.
It is.
That and sloths.
I love sloths too, which is funny.
German Shepherd.
Yeah, German Shepherd. The classics.
Yeah. the classics. So could you remind? We got a minute left.
Yep.
What's happening this Saturday night?
This Saturday night.
It is the 44th annual JCI Santa Claus Parade.
Happening downtown Brantford.
At 6 o'clock. Dress warm. We'd like to thank Brantford Power again for being our title sponsor.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And then Christmas trees down on King George Road?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you both very much for joining us. Matt, do you have a couple of Christmas memories that you can share there in the feed?
No, but Nathan Prey says, I always love seeing what the hosts are wearing. How do they determine what episode call for suits and what ones call for lumberjacks? And then Nathan also says, better taste test that flour to make sure.
Awesome. Well, I always love Nathan's feedback.
Jamie May Lorraine Driver did say hi to both of you. And
hello. Hi.
That she loves the Grinch, and Rachel says elf.
Right on. Awesome.
Good choice.
And that is the show for this week. Have a great week. We'll talk to you soon.
Stay classy, Brandon.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Wednesday.
Don't peel your potatoes. That's where all the potassium is.
Food personality Teresa Albert serves up a garden fresh, healthy breakfast. Breakfast at Rosehurst on Rogers TV. Join Nadia Matos for Crime Stoppers, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Looking for the best way to get the Major League Baseball games you want to watch? Rogers Super Sports Pack has you covered. With MLB Extra Innings, you'll have a premium ticket to over 2,000 out-of-market regular season games, with all games available in HD. Don't miss the action from the games you want from both the American and National Leagues. MLB Extra Innings, part of the Super Sports Pack. For only $35.95 a month, Rogers customers get all this for one all-inclusive price. Order using your remote starting on channel 431 or visit Rogers.com today.
This is Rogers TV.
"2019 started with stricter rules of the road for drivers in Ontario. Anyone convicted of distracted driving under the new laws will be punished with a license suspension, a hefty fine, and demerit points. The severity of the punishment increases with the number of subsequent offenses committed. Waterloo Regional Police Staff Sergeant Mike Hinsberger talks about the increased fines and what you need to know.
Distracted driving is really a slang term that society has placed on the actual offense of having a cell phone, telecommunication handheld device, or having a screen visible to the driver in the vehicle. Those are the two basic sections that we deal with when we speak to distracted driving. So when we're doing enforcement out on the road, our officers are looking for people who are texting, talking on the cell phone without a hands-free device. Or they're looking at a computer screen or something like that if it's a nature or class of vehicle that is not exempt from having screen visible to a driver offense. And there's a number of exemptions and exceptions to that.
There is a list of exemptions and exceptions. It includes law enforcement, paramedic, fire departments, and natural resource officers.
And that's for only for job-related use of the phone. So it doesn't matter if it's law enforcement or somebody else. If it's for personal use and you're using a cell phone, we're as prohibited as anybody under that regard. Yeah. So anyway, those are some of the exemptions, and there's a number of them that they're exempt, and you almost have to go into the regulation and go through them and read them, but because there's quite a list of exemptions. Okay. The fines certainly have increased, and for a first-time conviction, now in court, it's a minimum of a $500 fine, maximum of a $1,000 fine for the first-time offense. If it's a second-time offense, it is up to $2,000 fine. Third-time or subsequent offenses, $3,000 fine. With those, upon conviction in court, there's also now attached for first-time offense a 3-day license suspension. For a second-time offense, a 7-day license suspension, and a third and subsequent offense, 30-day license suspension for the use of the cell phones, and that's upon conviction in court. So again, some pretty significant changes compared to what it used to be, pre January 1st, 2019. So with respect to the use of the phone, and I mean, if you're one of those people that is just got to have a cell phone in your hand all the time, when you're getting in a vehicle, I like to tell people, put it in the back seat, put it in your suitcase, put it in the trunk if you have to. Don't have it beside you where it's a temptation to use it, right? And as far as being able to utilize a telephone, lots of people out there, they have the Bluetooth, they have hands-free device, and those are totally legal, and that's okay, and that's acceptable. That's not to say that talking on the phone, even on a hands-free device, isn't going to be distracting when you're driving down the road, because it very much is. However, it's at this point, it's completely legal to use a hands-free device, and you can certainly talk on the phone that way. As you're probably aware, there's already a lot of manufacturers out there that has texting by voice in your car or in your truck, and again, as long as it's a hands-free mechanism, that's totally fine as well. Well, and you know what, when you go out in the 401 and some of the major highways, that's why they have tech stops and things at the en routes along the main corridors, and quite frankly, I think it's a good idea. You look at when you can use a cell phone in a vehicle, you have to be pulled over on the side of the road, stopped in a lawful position, so you have to be not only off the road, but you have to be parked lawfully off the road, so that might be a pull-off area or some other paved shoulder or somewhere that allows for stopping. So you have to be physically stopped is the other piece to that. And you can't be interfering with traffic as well. So there's a number of times when you can use the phone, but again, it's not when you're in an active lane of traffic, or for that matter, a lot of people have the misconception that you can use them because you're stopped at a red light. Well, you can't. You're still in a live lane of traffic. You're still very much involved in traffic flow, and you have to have your wits about you, as you know, when you're stopped at an intersection. So again, that's not acceptable. It's not lawful either.
While eating can fall under distracted driving, police say drinking a coffee while driving is not going to get you in hot water.
If the use of the coffee or the eating or whatever else you're doing in the vehicle results in a collision, you are probably going to be charged with careless driving on that. So careless driving, it covers the area of not having due care and attention of operating the vehicle on a highway. There's now new careless driving additions with respect to bodily harm or death. So if any of those actions cause bodily harm or death as a result of the collision, those are new sanctions that are placed into the Highway Traffic Act as well, and that's of July 1st of last year.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
It's my job to help you become the best version of yourself.
At Family Channel,
you're gonna rock this, all right? Give me hugs. Give me hugs.
Screen Time brings us together.
You guys are gonna be awesome. That was great. I'm so proud of you.
Inspires greatness.
Do you feel like you belong?
I belong now.
And is always just a click away.
You and me, we shake this town.
Family Channel. Screen Time, that's family time.
Join Nadia Matos for Crime Stoppers, Wednesdays at 7 p.m. on Rogers TV.
When my legs get stronger, I want to play basketball, volleyball, I want to run. I was sick when I was a little baby. I had meningitis.
Even after they did the amputations, they said that it was likely he would not make it.
To now, you throw him on that bike and off he goes.
My bike helps me get my legs stronger.
Without the ramps, being able to afford his limbs and devices would be difficult.
Thank you for helping me get around.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your C or choice suite.
On October the 17th, 2018, the recreational use of cannabis became legalized in Canada.
What you gonna do? I'm coming for you.
CAA South Central Ontario launched a humorous, tongue-in-cheek campaign highlighting the effects of using cannabis. Geared towards young drivers, it shows scenarios where reaction time, motor skills, and judgment are critical. Teresa DeFelice explains the #Don'tDriveHigh awareness campaign.
And this really is about trying to get out some messaging about the need to have a sobering second thought before consuming cannabis and getting behind the wheel. We need to get messages out there that consuming cannabis does have an impact on road safety. It is dangerous to get behind the wheel while impaired, and consuming cannabis does actually impair you. And the research shows that as well. And so, really we're trying to get the message that in a funny way, in a way that actually speaks the language of today, that makes sense on how people are consuming these types of messages today, and this group is consuming messages. And so, it's a little bit more lighthearted, but we're still driving home a serious message that, although you may feel like you're not impaired or the same as impaired if you were just consuming alcohol, it actually does have an impact, and there are other ways to get home.
In Ontario, cannabis legislation closely resembles laws around alcohol, especially where a vehicle is involved. Ontarians are not only prohibited from driving under the influence of cannabis, but the Ontario law clearly states that it's forbidden to drive with open cannabis in the vehicle, whether the vehicle is moving or not. Even a driver who's parked with the engine off would be in violation of Ontario's cannabis law if there were open cannabis.
How are you tonight? Good, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Ride program, any alcohol?
There's a very structured process that we go through for roadside testing with cannabis, or any drug for that matter. It's not just focused on cannabis. There's a wide array of drugs that officers can test for physically roadside. There's a couple of parameters that we operate within when we're doing testing for that type of thing, but there's something called a standardized field sobriety testing process. That is a roadside test. It's a 3-part test that officers who are certified to do SFST testing will go through roadside. So a couple of those are physical testing. There is things like eye nystagmus that comes into play with that. So once that test is done roadside, it would be comparative to with alcohol, for instance, for somebody that's being tested on a roadside instrument screening device for alcohol. So the SFST officers, in all sense, very, very similar to the same process. So where there's suspicion of a consumption of any drug, so the officer would have a suspicion of consumption of cannabis, let's use that for example, they will put the driver through a series of roadside tests. If the driver performs poorly on any one of those tests, they're arrested for grounds to believe they are impaired by drug. They will then be taken to the station where they would be met by a drug recognition expert officer who would evaluate them through a 12-step evaluation process done at the station. Some of that is the seizure of urine, which is tested later on at the Center of Forensic Science. We can also seize blood on that. So through that testing process, then there's a determination made by the drug recognition officer if this person is in fact impaired by drug or not. Where there's a call made on the impairment portion that the person's actually been assessed as being impaired by drug, the actual DRE officer can narrow it down to what family of drugs that person is actually impaired by based on the testing that they went through. So it's quite a structured process, and again, those are charges. The outcome of the charges from a roadside sanctions standpoint is the same as alcohol. So there's still a 90-day ADLS suspension for the person's driver's license upon the charge being laid. The outcomes in court are the same. So it's very, very similar to the same process as alcohol-related impaired driving.
So in terms of limit in your bloodstream for alcohol, we know what that is, but what about cannabis? Is it 0 or is it?
No, well, it can be depending on the classification of driver. So the minimum amount for an impaired charge in the bloodstream is 2 to 5 nanograms in that area. So when we're dealing with impairment, that would be sort of the bottom or lowest amount that an impaired charge could be laid based on a per se amount of drug in the blood. With respect to some of the other sanctions, though, there is categories under the Ontario Highway Traffic Act that prohibit certain classifications of drivers to have any drug or alcohol in their system whatsoever. So that would be your novice driver, so a Class M1, M2, or G1, G2 driver. Or since July 1st of 2018, they just brought in the new category, which brings in commercial drivers of commercial vehicles. So any driver of a class of vehicle between A and F are prohibited from any alcohol or drug in their system from the Ontario Highway Traffic Act. Also, any drivers of CVR class vehicles, so commercial vehicles from 4,500 kgs and greater, are prohibited from any alcohol or drugs in their system, and also the other category being the operator of a road building machine. So, you start talking cranes, road building equipment, loader tractors, rollers, that kind of thing. They're also prohibited from any alcohol or drugs in their system. So that's a 0 tolerance on any whatsoever. And under the Ontario Cannabis Control Act, there's a number of prohibitions with respect to vehicles specifically. Nobody in the vehicle can smoke or vape, for that matter, cannabis. So it doesn't matter if it's a passenger that's using the drug. If it's a passenger, they still can't smoke or vape in that vehicle. So that's one prohibition there for the use of cannabis specifically. Some of the others being open accessible cannabis in the car, so you can't have it in any proximity to the driver in an open accessible state. So it's very similar to the Liquor License Act that way. From an age category, you cannot possess any amount of cannabis under the age of 19. So again, that's something we come across a lot with respect to ride programs and that type of thing in vehicles. So there's a number of limitations with respect to cannabis and vehicles specifically that we come across and have come across frequently since the law has been in place.
Hinsberger says the number of drug-impaired drivers has increased steadily over the past couple of years.
As far as the legalization piece to that, we didn't find any definite spikes in the amount of impaired by drug drivers we've been getting. So again, that is something that I don't know if it was an expectation that would happen or it was the great unknown, but at least locally in Waterloo, we weren't finding any increase because of the legalization of cannabis. I think when you look at, and it's just my own opinion, when you look at the percentages and the clientele that use cannabis, the percentage of people that are going to make a decision because now it's legal and I'm going to start using cannabis would be relatively small in relation to the people who are already using it. So I think that was probably one of the reasons why we didn't see any great spikes in it. Could there be moving forward? It's anybody's guess, and that's something we're going to have to continue monitoring. Well, what we're finding, at least in the last year to 2 years, from a breakdown with our impaired by drug statistics, we're finding more often than not we're having drivers who are impaired by drug, and yes, they are using cannabis, but they're also impaired by other drugs mixed in with the cannabis that we're finding. So there's numerous families of drugs that the DRE officers are identifying in the impaired driver. Only about 30% of the drivers that we've been charging with impaired driving in the last couple of years are impaired by straight cannabis.
Okay.
So it is an interesting trend we were finding, and we're seeing that consistently moving forward as well. So those breakdowns haven't changed a whole lot since we've been keeping stats, at least in the last couple of years.
Research conducted by Ipsos for CAA uncovered the prevalence of poly users, people who consume cannabis and alcohol or other mixed substances during the same time period. Of those surveyed, those that drive under the influence of cannabis are more likely to be male. Novice drivers between the ages of 25 and 34. It's that research that prompted CAA's #Don'tDriveHigh campaign.
And so we found that in our study that over 200,000 people had admitted to getting behind the wheel after they had consumed both cannabis and alcohol. And this, impairment is even that much more scarier on our roads. The impacts of mixing those substances is what we call polyuse, and it's dangerous. So our research revealed a few things, and we've done several pieces of research. One was just on general perceptions and attitudes with respect to consuming cannabis. And so we want to get the message out there that, if you're going to partake, fine, just find other ways to get home. But the other part of the research we did was with in a lab with a driving expert, with cannabis experts, who looked at the cognitive abilities or the skills that you need to drive and how cannabis impacts those. And so that research actually has shown that even up to 5 hours after consuming cannabis, it does impact your perception, your judgment, your decision-making skills, your ability to react. And so this is a campaign that is built around some of those simple, fun actions that you would do recreationally any time, but the minute you add something new, like alcohol, or in this particular case, cannabis, it actually can change some of your behaviors, and you probably wouldn't have noticed it. We're trying to heighten the awareness that it does impact your abilities.
Thursday. Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
We were born in Canada. We spoke English. On the streets, we weren't welcome. But on the field, we were the Asahi. Vancouver's champions. Everyone cheered for us. Our people had a voice. Then Canada declared war on Japan. They took us from our homes, called us enemies, forced us into camps. But we brought the game with us. Baseball helped get us through the internment.
The Vancouver Asahi were among the 22,000 Japanese Canadians interned during the Second World War. The team never played another game.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st.
Experience the Guelph Jazz Festival September 11th to the 15th. Hear adventurous jazz performed by some of the most influential new generation artists of our time. Catch performances by Jen Shu, Thomas Fujiwara, and Erwan Karovic. And don't forget to check out the Friday night street music party in Market Square, featuring Urban Science Brass Band, Maracatu Mar Alberto, and many more. For more information, visit guelphjazzfestival.com.
Any crime, anytime, you can make a difference. Sign up for Crime Stoppers alerts and stay connected with what's happening in your community. It's as simple as logging on to WaterlooCrimeStoppers.com, click on the Alerts tab, fill out the form, and you will be in the know. Tipsters are eligible for a cash reward if the information leads to an arrest or charges are laid. Remember, if you see something, say something, and remain anonymous.
A Crime Stoppers tip can play a key role in helping police solve a crime, but there are times when immediacy is the only way to stop a crime or prevent a crime from happening.
I think the most important thing that the community should be aware of is, as much as Crime Stoppers is an integral part of crime prevention, we often rely on providing the information to Crime Stoppers based on just because you're going to have anonymity. We would much rather that information come firsthand to the police. We are an alternative but the information that you give us goes to police. And again, we protect your anonymity, but in cases of impaired driving, robberies, things that are happening immediately at the moment that you see, as much as it's nice that our community is calling Crime Stoppers, we still would rather that information go to the police first. That's a decision that the person himself has to make. Do they want to call the police and provide their information? But police need the witnesses and firsthand knowledge of what's happening and someone that they can talk to and follow up with. That's the moral dilemma that the tipsters are going to have to deal with themselves. But again, we would encourage, if you want to provide your name and you're not afraid to give the information to the police, that first information goes to the police. And if you choose at that time not to call the police because you want to remain anonymous, then this is where our program really steps up and is able to take the information and make sure that the police get it. You take an example of impaired driving, and we get many tips on impaired drivings. And the issue with the impaired driving is it's happening at the moment. You can call Crime Stoppers, but after the regular after hours, we're receiving calls to our call center. And the call center takes that information, and then there'll be a time delay before that is transferred over to the police. So in those instances, we want that call to the police right away to say that such and such a vehicle is driving on a street and they're swerving, and all the signs of impairment, they can explain it to the police, and then we can deal with that in real time rather than a day or two later. In case of impaired driving, if there's no accident, and if you call it in and we get the tip the next day, we still have to prove that that person was driving impaired. And with the time delay, it's hard to do, and it's hard to be able to identify who the driver was. So again, we would rather that information come to the police immediately.
Well, there's some instances where you might call Crime Stoppers if it's not an ongoing, immediate offense. So you see an impaired driver, driving down the street, and you want to call it in. That's not the time to call Crime Stoppers. That's the time to call 911, because we want an officer to get there and get that person stopped before they kill somebody. On the other side of that, though, Crime Stoppers could be used with a scenario like, I know my neighbor is constantly drinking and driving. I see him all the time getting in and out of the vehicle. He's got an open beer or open whatever, or he's getting in and out of the vehicle and they're smoking drugs, or they're using drugs all the time and getting in and driving. So they don't have a specific time or location of when that's actually happening. Location would be good, but I mean, if we have some information like that this is a reoccurring problem, we can focus on that problem person and hopefully mitigate the problem before, again, they kill somebody. So that's where Crime Stoppers can be of assistance, especially if we get the person stopped and we find them that they are in fact impaired. I mean, that's a really, really good call to make. So it's not necessarily that the person calling Crime Stoppers can supply the immediate offense that it's now ongoing here and now and I'm following them. That's not when you want to use them. But if it's general information that you're aware of it and you know this because you see them every day and they've always got, a joint going when they get out of the car, and you know that they're staggering all over the place when they're going up to the house, that type of information, yeah, we can definitely set up on that person and hopefully stop them before they hurt somebody. So those are the situations where Crime Stoppers can be of assistance.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
This is Oran's key tag. When you use a key tag, you protect your keys. If you lose your keys,
the finder can call the number on the back of the tag
or drop them in any mailbox, and the Warrants will return your keys to you
for free. Order your key tags today at warramps.ca
and make a difference in the lives of amputees like me. Thank you.
Grab a coffee and join Natasha McKenty for In Studio.
Love having you here because there's so much to learn.
Right here. Good.
Find out what's happening from cooking.
But I think you want a kick.
Okay.
I would eat guacamole every day of my life.
I'll smell that.
To music.
Well, it's possible with the support from the community.
And everything else in between.
So we've eliminated
we have
a
options.
step.
In Studio on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV. The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to Sex Talk with Kelly. I invite you to spend the next 30 minutes embracing your sexuality and exploring your edges. Did you know that healthy vulvas are happy vulvas? Well, tonight we're getting some tips for happy, healthy vulvas and vaginas. We're exploring your attachment styles and the impacts on your relationships, and exploring sexuality across the lifespan. Let's get this sexy show on the road. We are so fortunate to have Stacey Jacobs here with us today to talk about happy, healthy vulvas and vaginas. And she brought a friend with her today.
I did. Thank you very much. This is Vivian.
This is Vivian. Nice to meet you, Vivian.
Yes. Vivian is a wondrous vulva puppet, and I have been working with her for about, I think, 8 or 9 years now.
Okay.
So she is pretty popular around town. People know her name. They love seeing her, and she gives people a lot of great information.
Yeah, Stacey's the best educator, sexual health educator in Kitchener-Waterloo, and she's constantly around town with Vivian.
Thanks.
So nice to have you both with us.
Thank you.
So why do you like to bring her out? Like, what is the benefit? I know it really helps with teaching people about anatomy and things like that.
Absolutely. And if you have a vulva, it's actually a really hard part of the body to see. So this gives everybody a visual, and then we can normalize the vulva, the vagina, talk about it, and people can actually see something. So depending on what we're talking about, we use Vivian to talk about anatomy, to talk about puberty, to talk about menstruation, to talk about pap tests, to talk about exams. So she really does come in handy.
And people with the sexual self-esteem component is, am I normal? What is normal? So how do you approach questions like that? Because it's not like people look at a million other vulvas and vaginas out there, but looking at their own to get comfortable with your own body is crucial.
Absolutely.
But how do you normalize the question, or how do you answer the question, what is normal?
And people ask normal a lot. I don't tend to use the word normal because really when you're saying something's normal, that means someone else is abnormal.
Right.
So I don't like using that word, but people want to know, am I normal? So actually yesterday we were talking with Vivian, and I mentioned that labia, so these are the inner labia here, can be 2 different sizes or lengths. And somebody looked at me and they were like, so I'm normal? I'm like, absolutely, because no one had ever told them that before.
Right.
So the outer labia, they can be different sizes, different shapes, the inner labia, and everybody's gonna look different, just like we all have different hands, we all have different feet, we all have different faces. We're all unique. When I talk with adults, I actually have a poster with actual vulva pictures, photographs on it, and we pass it around so people can actually look, because you're right, most people who have vulvas haven't seen many other vulvas or even their own. So it normalizes that again and shows everyone that everyone can look very different, because sometimes the only vulva people see are porn vulva.
Right.
And actually, I'm going to clarify something. I keep saying vulva. Some people don't know what vulva actually means.
Well, let us clarify.
Because we tend to use the word vagina a lot. We don't use the word vulva very often. So vulva is everything that you can see on the outside, so the external genitalia. The vagina is the birth canal. So the vagina, you can see the opening on the outside on the vulva, but you can't actually see the vagina. So the vagina is on the inside.
Right.
So most people use the word vagina incorrectly to mean everything that you can see on the outside.
But really that's vulva, and the inside is vagina.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you for clarifying for everyone.
No problem.
It's good to clarify.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you were saying that there's beautiful artwork out there that demonstrates all different types of vulvas and embracing the beauty of all of them. But you were just about to touch on how a lot of times people look towards pornography to measure up against themselves, and that's not the healthiest way to go.
Absolutely not. So a lot of pornography, everyone looks very similar. People go as far as actually bleaching their skin to have a certain color. Most pubic hair is removed in pornography, so to me what they're kind of going for is vulvas that look younger or even childlike, whereas in reality, people have pubic hair. And you don't need to remove your pubic hair.
Right.
But a lot of people choose to, and that's okay as well. Also in pornography, usually the inner labia are quite small. So people actually have reconstructive surgery to make the labia smaller so that everything looks more like this. So all you see is the outer labia, and you don't actually see the inner labia typically because they've either had surgery or sometimes it's airbrushed out as well. So it gives people this idea about what a vulva actually looks like, when in reality, they can look so many different ways.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that breaks my heart a little bit if that's how people are looking, or what they're looking at to get a sense of, am I normal? But knowing that there is no normal, that there's just you, unique and special, just like all of us, all different hair color, skin color, and all of it is beautiful. Diversity is beautiful.
Exactly.
Yeah, so can you finish up with some tips in terms of how can we keep our vulvas happy and healthy?
One of the things you can do is wear cotton underwear. So cotton is a breathable material, so air gets in, air gets out, so there's not a lot of moisture that stays trapped. Moisture can lead to problems with infections, overgrowth of yeast, things like that. Thongs and G-strings can be actually problematic as well, because we all know that thongs and G-strings can kind of go up your butt. Then what they can do actually is go in between the labia as well and cause irritation, but they can also bring bacteria from the bum into the vagina.
Right, okay.
And we don't want bacteria in the vagina.
Right.
When you're sleeping, you don't have to wear underwear at all, just to kind of let everything breathe. But one of the most important things that people don't realize is that you should not douche.
Should not?
Never douche.
Okay.
The vagina cleans itself, so you never need to put soap or products or chemicals inside the actual vagina. Your vagina, I look at it as kind of like an eyeball. So we don't scrub or clean our actual eyeballs, we clean around them, but they clean themselves. So we wake up in the morning, they've cleaned themselves, you wipe everything away, and you're good to go. Okay. Exactly the same as the vagina.
Okay.
So everything is coming out, everything is cleaning itself.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for providing such valuable information for us today.
Thanks for inviting us.
Yeah, of course. So glad to have you both here. How can people get in touch with you for more information if they need you to come and educate some people?
Right. So I'm happy to come and talk to any group of people around any topic around sexual health. You can contact me through my job at the Shore Center. I'm the sexual health educator at education@shorecenter.ca.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for being here.
No problem. Thank you.
Stick around. We'll be right back.
Brought to you by the Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center. Regarded as one of the finest hotels in Kitchener-Waterloo, the newly renovated Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center is committed to making each guest stay comfortable and relaxing. Check us out online for more information.
Wednesday.
Don't peel your potatoes. That's where all the potassium is.
Food personality Teresa Albert serves up a garden-fresh, healthy breakfast. Breakfast at Rosehurst on Rogers TV.
Your mouth can do a lot of amazing things. And your mouth can save a life.
Hi, I'm Tom Wong. I'm just one of close to 1,000 Canadians in search of a stem cell match. We need your help.
A simple swab is all you need to register on the National Stem Cell Database. You could be the one to save a life. Find the hero in you.
Do you know an outstanding woman making a difference in our community? Nominate her for the KW Oktoberfest Rogers Women of the Year Awards. Visit womenoftheyear.oktoberfest.ca for more information and to nominate by August 31st.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. We are here with Melissa Reed, and she's going to share with us how our attachment style can affect our relationship. So thank you so much for being here, Melissa.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, she's a therapist from Bliss Counseling.
Absolutely.
And you're our resident attachment expert in our practice. So please enlighten us. Share some of what you know about attachment styles and how it could affect relationships.
Okay. So yeah, you know what, attachment styles are really kind of how we see ourselves in the world in terms of in relation to others. And so what we know about attachment is it really starts in early childhood, in the foundations of our family and our parenting, or being parented rather. And out of that, what researchers discovered is that there's about 4 different attachment styles that manifest from that early childhood development. Originally, we kind of came from the conclusion that whatever happens in childhood means that we're stuck with that attachment style for the rest of our life. But what we know is that as we journey through our lives, our attachment styles can shift and change depending on who we're in relationships with.
Okay.
So yeah, it started there, and then what happens is as we go into our adult relationships, so those intimate partners or our friendships, even colleagues at work, how we were kind of framed in relationship in early childhood influences how we see the relationship in terms of safety and security.
Okay, so safety and security are a big part of it then.
Absolutely.
And then can feed into how we relate with other people based on how secure we feel or how safe we feel.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what are the different attachment styles like that you think could be affecting some of the relationships, and in what ways, I guess?
Yeah. So what we'd like to see in a relationship in terms of ability to process how we are loved, cared for, and nurtured, and to give love, care, and nurture is what we call a secure attachment style.
Okay.
And the good news is that about 50% of our population have a secure attachment style. So
Great to know.
That's right. There's a lot of us out there that function from that perspective. Then we have what we call an insecure attachment style, and that's actually broken out into 2 different types.
Okay.
The first one, and I'll talk about it from the early childhood development because I think out in the world, that's how people know it, is the anxious attachment style. Okay. In adulthood, we call it preoccupied. It shifts its name a little bit, but this is where we don't feel like the person that we're relating to is predictable. And so unfortunately, we become less predictable. The other attachment style is called avoidant, or in adulthood, we call it dismissive. And this is where, because we believe we know how the person will react, which is to not be there for us, we actually ourselves withdraw.
Okay.
Okay. So this, as you can probably start to guess, definitely has an impact on intimate partnerships.
Right.
The last one that I didn't really talk about is what we call disorganized attachment. And this is where we've seen significant abuse and neglect. And that actually presents itself as very chaotic in a relationship and not capable of self-regulating in really any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So with the safety piece and feeling secure, that's really important to feel safe and secure in order to be vulnerable, to feel like you can let go and be expressive in your sexual relationship.
Absolutely.
So how do you work with clients to establish a secure attachment, or to at least be mindful of what their attachment styles is so they can better navigate that and see what's contributing to them holding back versus letting themselves go and be expressive within their sexual relationships with their partners?
Great question. And you know, what we talk about is earned security. So like I said, you know, we used to believe that we had a certain attachment style that came from our childhood. But what we now know is with foundational relationships and creating good foundations in relationships, we can earn security. So what we want to do is first understand what attachment style that person is coming from. And we do that through some questioning and interviewing type style of counseling to get a better idea of the person's perspective of safety in relationship to others.
Right.
And out of that comes our understanding of what attachment style they are. I really emphasize to people though, attachment style is only one percentage or piece of your whole puzzle.
Right.
But definitely if we're talking about relationships, in understanding that, we can understand what we might need or want in the relationship in order to provide that earned security.
Right, which is really important. I think this is just giving you information to have that open dialogue, first with yourself and then with your partner. Partner is around, this is who I am, this is how I operate, this is how I feel in these certain circumstances, and this is maybe what I'm needing from you to feel secure, so then I can feel open and vulnerable in your presence.
Absolutely, and that conversation right there is what we would call a secure conversation. So that's what we want to get people to. Of course, it looks very different when we're first starting to do this work. When we think about the preoccupied attachment style or the anxious attachment style, a lot of times what this looks like is a dramatic pushing away of the partner in one way, shape, or form. It could sound something like, you never understand me, you never care for me, you don't do what I need you to do. And then in the belief system that partner may turn away from them, there's the pulling, which is, I'm going to do better, I'm going to be better, this is all my fault, and pulling the person back.
Right.
In the dismissive, alternatively, it's I'm really good at doing things for my partner. So these are actions. Great, like in terms of if we're in a partnership, we live together, we're great at doing the management of the home, we're great at looking after their personal needs, really great in the sexual relationship where again is the action piece. But when it turns to the emotional intimacy that may take the sexual relationship further in terms of vulnerability, but also to create that connection and intimacy in the relationship, that's where there's a stumbling block, because once we get to feelings, there tends to be a withdrawal, and then we go back towards task-oriented stuff.
Okay, so just a final note in terms of what people can do or how they can learn about their attachment styles, what do you recommend?
I really recommend being in tune with what are some of the dynamics going on in the relationship? Do I see any patterns or habits? A lot of people come to me because they're starting to see patterns or habits in a relationship, same conversations coming up over and over again.
Right.
So kind of grounding yourself in, hey, what's going on here? Do I see something similar, or negotiating the same conversations over and over again? And then recognize that work can be done usually with someone, right? Whether it's in a couple's relationship to kind of navigate these conversations, or whether it's with an individual, to just get some self-soothing and self-love in there so that we can be in a loving relationship more concretely.
Well put. And if anyone wants to get in touch with you, to work with you in terms of their attachment styles, they can contact you at Bliss Counseling, and the website is along the bottom there at blisscounseling.ca. Well, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. Stick around for more.
Sup, party people? You ready to dance?
Ready to summer it up on Disney Channel?
Woof, woof.
Then you're ready for a ride that's wild.
Whoa.
Whoa.
And roller coasters of the emotional kind.
You seem extremely huggable.
All summer.
So excited about summer.
New shows.
No spoilers, please.
New episodes.
Unexpected twist.
Every weekend.
Soups exciting.
We make it look easy, don't we? No, we don't.
Summer it up on Disney Channel.
Sorry, it's catchy.
Thursday, Chef D takes you back to school with culinary fundamentals, delicious recipes, and so much more. At Home with Chef D, Thursdays at 6:30 p.m.
I took this picture of my wife when she was near death, waiting for a liver transplant. And this is her now.
Hello, I'm Lise Breckenridge. A liver transplant saved my life.
What can I say? You be the judge.
Your donation will help Canadians understand the importance of pledging to be an organ donor,
And it will help save the lives of so many more.
as it has for us.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. We are here with Joanne Flannery. She's a clinical sexologist and marriage and family therapist in an elite private practice. She's also one of my best and business partner at Sexology International. Thanks for being here, Joe.
Thanks for having me. I clearly love it here. Come all the time.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So sexuality across the lifespan, I think it's an important topic to talk about. So what do we mean when we say sexuality across the lifespan?
So it's interesting to think that sexuality is across the lifespan, because I think when a lot of people think of sex and sexuality, the people who are most, who come to mind are like 18 to, maybe 45 or something. Like those seem like, oh, these people are old enough where they're engaged in sex, but they're young enough where it's like still hot to think about, and that's just not true. Sexuality is across the lifespan, and even when there's been instances of male sex children, babies having erections in utero, and then babies 0 to 3, they explore their bodies, they explore their genitals. Both males and females have erections and vasocongestion of the vagina, so there's lubrication happening, and it's spontaneous. It doesn't mean anything.
Right. It's their body's doing their thing, right?
Right, yeah, it's their body's coming into their own.
And a lot of times kids touch themselves just for self-soothing and just pleasure. It's not from in a sexual nature, but it is part of their sexuality and getting to know their bodies.
That's a great point. It's the adults that sexualize it, that think, oh, don't do that, and that's inappropriate, and they're just exploring their bodies. It's all innocent for them.
Right.
And so, did I define what sexuality across the lifespan is?
You just said like it goes through. Yeah.
Okay. And then in 0 to 3 again, those young kids, those infants and toddlers need a lot of physical touch from their parents. They need hugging and cuddling, and that lays the blueprint for them to accept affection later on, and for them to know how to give it and receive it.
Have that secure attachment, right?
That's right.
That we were just talking about.
That's right.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So I think that's important.
Thank you. And then next is ages 4 to 8. Is that it?
Yeah, 4 to 8, body exploration.
Body exploration. And so those kids are learning about what their body looks like and then what your body looks like. And so from ages 4 to 8, you see a lot of kids playing doctor with each other and learning about each other's bodies. And so that's not something that you want to reprimand your child for. That's something that you want to say, I understand you're feeling curious. Is that something you want to talk about, or can I answer any questions for you? And then from 4 to 8, they can understand better what is appropriate and inappropriate behavior.
Right.
And so they also might start to self-pleasure at that young age. And that's not everybody, but that's somebody, that's some people, some kids. And so you want to talk about public versus private. So what's better to do in your bedroom versus in the living room or at the grocery store?
Right. No, that's really important, especially with the exploration for young kids. A lot of times I know parents can walk around the corner and just be caught off guard, right? So it's really important to take a deep breath and really not want to inject shame or project shame onto their kids like they've done something horribly wrong when they're just exploring. That's all it is. And then it just gives you the basis to have a healthy, honest conversation around, your body is for you and that sort of thing. But then moving on, when they are self-pleasuring, okay, public versus private, this is completely okay behavior, but you want to do that in the privacy of your own bedroom.
That's right. And I think if someone walks around the corner and they see their child exploring their body, and so if they do, you can't help how you react in the moment, right? That's your reaction. But what you can do is address it and say, oh, I was caught off guard.
Startled,
Yeah, I was startled, but I understand what's going on here and I want to talk to you about it.
So next up is puberty changes.
Yeah, and so what is that, 9 to 11? And so during that time, hormones are just starting to run more freely throughout the kids, and so they're thinking about opposite sex bodies, but they're more so hanging out with their own gender, and so like girls are running together and boys are running together, and so they're doing a lot of talking, a lot of very close, intimate friendships happen during that time, and so. Also, menstruation can start to happen during that time, and puberty is happening, so bodies are changing, breasts are growing, penises are growing, hair is growing in places that
they weren't used to having them there before.
That's right.
And then, so 12 to 18, sexual exploration, need for independence.
Yeah, so do we even need to talk about this one?
Self-explanatory.
That's right. So that's a time when these adolescents sex is on the mind. People are starting to hook up more regularly. So in 9 to 11, maybe there's some touching and kissing happening. But during from 12 to 18, there could be even sex happening, pregnancy occurring.
Right.
The hormones are definitely in full effect here, and like you mentioned, need for independence. So these kids, they feel a need to differentiate themselves from family, to be their own person.
Start to create their own identity.
That's right, their own identity. That's right.
And so ages 19 to 30 and 31 to 45, it's all about relationship building and potentially child rearing, right?
That's right, yeah. And so for potentially child rearing, then also potentially facing infertility as well. And so it's a lot of relationship building. Figuring out how to maintain healthy relationships is important, and how to deal with relationship loss as well.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for reviewing all of this stuff with us. Sure. I think it's important to kind of break it down, sex across the lifespan, and we touched from 0 to 45, and as you know, older, hormones can tend to slow down, but sex definitely keeps going.
Sex still happens, yeah. Hormones change and slow down, and sex happens.
Well, thank you for being here. People can contact you at Sexology International.
That's right. That's right.
Stick around for more. We'll be right back.
Brought to you by the Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center. Regarded as one of the finest hotels in Kitchener-Waterloo, the newly renovated Inn of Waterloo and Conference Center is committed to making each guest stay comfortable and relaxing. Check us out online for more information.
Our son is one.
My father was one.
I am one.
Are you one?
I'm looking to buy patio stones.
I've got a herd of cows for sale.
To show you buy-seller trades your new and used goods. Oh, letting me hanging like a prosciutto over here. Hey, it's back. Nice.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back. We are here with Diane from the Steak Shop, and she has brought something for us to learn about today. Thanks for being here, Diane.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, what did you bring?
I brought lube today. So lots of people need lube.
I agree, and you know what? I think people get inundated with what kind of lube should they be using, so I hope you brought some good kind.
I definitely did. Wicked is definitely our best-selling brand in general, but we sell a lot of water-based.
Is this a water-based one?
Yes, so all of these three are water-based. We do carry silicone and oil-based in the store, but water-based is the best for compatibility with toys and the body.
And the body. So water-based is best for vaginal sex, anal sex, playing with toys.
It can be used for any of those purposes. It's really the most multi-purpose.
And it doesn't dry out?
You can reapply with water-based lubes. It's not going to last forever,
okay.
But you can get better quality ones, definitely. So Wicked is a great example. It's going to last a little bit longer than some of the other cheaper brands.
And are all three of these different kinds?
Yeah, so I brought the anal jelly, which is our best-selling anal lube.
Okay.
We sell tons of it. It's really, really thick. That's the main difference with anal lube, is that it's thicker.
Help to reduce the likelihood of tearing, right?
Yeah, the anal cavity is not self-lubricating like the vagina, so it's definitely necessary.
Good. Well, remember, Wicked Lube is Wicked with Diane, and if you need to get in touch with her, you can head over to the Steak Shop.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being here, Diane.
Thanks for having me.
The conversation doesn't have to end just because we're out of time. If you wish to continue digging deeper, please visit sexologyinternational.com, where we're always uploading new information for you to read in the comfort of your own home. But if you're interested in sex, individual, or relationship therapy, please visit blisscounseling.ca. Thanks for joining us, and I'm wishing you a very sexy night.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
This is why Superman works alone.
How many are there?
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
They're coming for you, Barbara.